Whoa, lots of enemies here. Oh, lots of Drukari. Drukari ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past the patrols unnoticed is close to zero. Yeah, well, I got backup now, so... I'll to get past the enemy ship unnoticed. I wasn't trying to go unnoticed, homie. Unless I should have been, and I'm about to get my booty smacked.
Let us purge your enemies,
Well, Drukari have
rogue
blocked
trader.
some of the flagship posts using an unknown Xenos power to regain control. Yes, shoot them, not me. Oh, this dude is so dead. Parked right there? Seriously? You sure that's where you want to park? First off, thank you. Second off, get blasted. Thirdly, get blasted again. Don't mess him up. Oh, so close. This will work, actually. Wait, no, it won't. It's gonna put me way back here. Oh, no, it's fine. Die. Ooh. Those are just little guys. I got worried. They were much bigger for some reason. Are you sure that's where you want to stop? They're all bunched together. There was a way to get my torpedoes over there. Yeah, you've been dinking around over there, homie. I need you over here. What the? Oh, more joining the fight. Oh, rounds left 5. The rounds left to win or to survive? I didn't even catch that part. Oh, and I forgot to spit out another set of torpedoes as well. Oops. That dude used all his energy just now. Sitting duck. Sure hope that frigate does something, all those dudes over there. Here you go. Let's almost do it. Yep. So close. Here I come.
Beware, Lord Captain. Our shield is down.
Worry not. Yeah, if only I could move one more time. That's an interesting place to stop. Does this thing just not take any damage? Is it just like always invulnerable? If so, that's really freaking sick. Oh, wait, that might have been bad. Shoot. I don't think this thing is... Yep, I'm a dummy. Oh, I was hoping it was in a tournament. His friend. Oh, you're so close to them, but too far. Just a little too far. Hopefully it just serves as a distraction. That one died from the dot damage, like I hoped they would. I need you to finish the job. Amazing. Could entrust this dude. Oh wait, he's actually taking damage now. Like, he's kind of getting slapped around now. Need to regenerate my shields. And of course they're coming from the side that my shield is down. You go away. Go away! Gosh, they got all this freaking movement, dude. Oh my Lanta, man. Hey, yeah, please finish them off. I can't be bothered to come and try and help. And then you move further away so that I'm in trouble. That's great. But that kind of worked out. That was actually a mistake. Dang it. Let's just hope our boys mess up enough. Space short. Ah, man. absolutely massive. Oh, I'm stupid. I could have used this and finished off this other one. Man, should have done that first. Oh, 1 HP. They almost died. Oh, shoot. Take your sweet time. Need to move you out of the way. Okay, that's so annoying. This is somehow even more annoying. Not that it matters. I'll be able to... You still on fire? Oh yeah, they're gonna die.
Blessed are the faithful.
Oh, no. Putting me in a cutscene. Can't upgrade. Never mind. That's super good. Ooh. I just see big damage numbers, so... Yager Crew picks up a heavily damaged Xenos void ship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt, an Aladari vessel beyond doubt. According to the Von Vlaxius archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in this system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered among the wreckage. The Vox Master manages to tune the ship's system to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue. But every officer on the bridge can sense that this is a dirge. Answering the call, Irliet jumps to the cognators, startling the officers on the bridge with her sudden jolt. In the hopes of understanding the monkey technology and figuring out how to help her kin, the Aladari runs in circles around blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god elude the Xenos. Then she turns Lord Captain powerless. Irliet asking that Ellen talk to help her kin who have found themselves in a trap sprung by fate. The Aladari are worn out and weak. Their song is a cry of despair, and the cry is fading. The Justice officers, led by Master Helmsman Ravor, are ordered to plot a course for the rescue of the shuttle of the Dynasty's flagship to the Xenos and back. Now all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct, that the veteran officer's experiences has not let them down. So wait. Or to plot a course for rescue shuttle. Sends a shuttle. Shuttle enters the asteroid field. The pilot proceeds with caution, confidently avoiding the chunks of rock. However, when the shuttle reaches the Xenoship, the rescue team's report catches the bridge crew off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached with macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes. Wait, what? The shuttle reaches the rescue team's report catches the vessel's starboard side has been breached by the macro cannon weapons of an unknown. That was the singing we heard. Feeling her eyes, Juliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, Aladari does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, carefully picking her words, she concedes that the Elitok did all they could to save her kin, and yet it is the Monkey who are responsible for the loss of the Aladari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that humans have wrought upon her kind, Juliet quietly leaves the bridge. After some time, Juliet comes to Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in the hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Elentok still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, as she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Another one of these things. Wait, what I just did? So I saw I got something. Was that like maybe this is one of these completing and it got me a contract? Dang it. I'm confused. Oh. There's an omnibus side assembled parts of the ancient mechanism. Quiet clicks of sound from within the costume motor. The metal plates. Model of the star system Muro 79. One of its worlds is marked with an unknown symbol. Hmm. Surely Surely Coonrad is on this planet. Right? Sound team sent to the colony world returns with the decrepit, shaggy, foul-smelling vagrant in tow. The old man hastened toward the enforcers as soon as he saw the dynasty's colors and implored them to take him to Master Votvir or Lady Theodora. Question. During his interrogation, the old man says he is a loyal servant of House von Valaxius. 4 decades ago, he was sent on an important mission to this system by the Master of Whispers Votvir. It took him 20 years to complete the mission. He spent the next 20 waiting for his masters to collect him. The vagrant was an ambitious young spy when he left the ship, and coming aboard again has made him very emotional. Evidence of treason. The investigation has found no wrongdoing the old man could be held accountable for. His body bears no signs of worshipping the archenemy. He has confessed to no crime and seems quite shocked at the news of Lady Theodora's death and Votvir's treachery. The harsh interrogation techniques have taken an almost fatal toll on his failing health, yet forced no admission of guilt from him. The vagrant only agrees to share the details of his assignment with the rogue trader himself. If his claims are to be believed, he was sent to recover documentary evidence of House Whitescale's debt liabilities to von Valaxius. Those priceless papers had been stolen by hired agents of the cold trade on Caligos Winterscale's orders. However, instead of being destroyed as he wanted them to be, they were hidden away for the purpose of blackmail. The old man describes a long journey full of perilous adventures that eventually brought him into possession of the documents, which he then proudly presents to you. Astonishingly enough, the papers turn out to be genuine. Profit factor increased by 3. Lavish riches upon the faithful servant and bestow some unchallenging yet honorable duty upon him. The sobbing old man swears to pray daily for the good health of the new Lord Captain. The story of his amazing adventure and selfless service immediately spreads throughout the ship. So we weren't able to find Votvir after all. But at least we found a faithful servant of our dynasty and brought him back into the fold. While I'm here, I'm just going to hit this up. War Jump was a success, but the Voxmaster reported the following incident. Beautiful blossoming vines had covered the deck and bulkheads in Loading Bay 6. 2 workers had bent down to take a better look at the flowers, and the vines had devoured their faces before strangling them. The bay was then sealed and purged. Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system and our astronomical chart data. The planet Veabos 6 is located here. The problem is, the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. It is important to land safely on the planet. Just now, unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher this telemetry easily. Xenos. The armory and artillery crews are standing by. Hmm. This is spreading amount of Xenic slower, so I don't know. Planet can barely sustain life, and yet searchers discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. Colonists live in conditions worse than any underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen Princeps Domina. Pay them a visit. Ruler meets the Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. Tech use. The Archqueen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely part of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests serve the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, the gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be the replenishment of the colony's gene pool. I can send Vesti. I feel like Vesti will cause problems if I send him. Sure. I'll give them what they want. Actually needs to lightly flattered. She hopes Lord Captain will pay more of his in the future. Oh yeah, Janus. Finish its development. Oh no, Dargonis. Lord Captain, there's been a tragedy in Dargonis. Governor Drivestem has been dedicating most of his time to restoring the astropathic choir lost to the warp storms, but the psychers he assembled were struck by an unknown affliction. They heard something, and it cast them into madness. The astropaths lost sleep, started clawing at their skin to the flesh and muttering gibberish, and eventually went completely berserk. They had to be eliminated, and now only a few of the most resilient astropaths are upholding the connection to Dargonis. But how long will that last? Where did the former astropaths come from? I received complaints that Governor Drivestem has devastated the minor astropathic choirs of the Protectorate. He scaled them down by almost half through blatant abuse of his authority. To take more people from these choirs would mean depriving ourselves of connections with other worlds. We could try to hire sanctioned psychers from other domains, but they will be few as the road to the Imperium is perilous. We could also try getting by with resources that are already available to us by seeking out fugitive astropaths and having them train physically active citizens of the Protectorate who show promise. A most regrettable violation of his laws, but considering our grave situation, what's the cause of this affliction? Who knows? Seems the heretics from the cult of the Final Dawn, the treacherous magic of the Xenos, perhaps it was planned diversion, or perhaps merely a stray echo in the Immaterium. What say my advisors? Astropaths are among the most finely trained servants in the Imperium, who have beheld the light of the Emperor himself and gained a special bond with our master. I strongly advise the Rogue Trader to recruit only sanctioned psychers who are capable of keeping their talents in check. If there are not enough, the Inquisition will assist you in locating and acquiring more. Your Lordship, Lady Theodora not only had enemies in the Expanse, but friends as well. Those whom she helped out, rescued, and saved. I think these people can offer a helping hand. Among them are several powerful planetary rulers who possess both astropaths and a deep respect for your family name. There are a lot of psychers on my home planet, Liera, Lord Captain. Do you know why? There, we are not despised, persecuted, or enslaved on the black ships. There, we are sheltered from raids, educated, and respected. Of course, it's all done in secrecy from outsiders, but I can suggest which rulers to contact. Maybe the von Vlaxius family name will be enough to make a deal and obtain a better trained group of astropaths than some criminal rabble. Inquisition, favors, or outsiders? Kind of like Adira's solution, but I don't know how fond the Darganos High Society would feel about it, so... Let's go with Henrik's. You will get your astropaths. The Von Valaxius dynasty is too important for us to just turn a blind eye to it in its time of need. A wave of armed skirmishes and detentions swept across the expanse. Ships carrying powerful captives have brought the new astropathic choir to Draganos. Not even the most influential rulers who resist the fearsome agents of the Inquisition, who requisitioned their valuable servants to meet the needs of the Von Valaxius dynasty. There has been no recurrence of the disastrous astropathic madness, but the new astropaths have all reported hearing strange whispers, even since the first day of the planet. That's concerning. Oh. B1. These are all pretty easy too. I mean, this one's free. It gives me a lot of people actually. Guessing the Drukhari are messing with this planet. The Drukhari are being assholes in this part of the Expanse, man. They're everywhere.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel and its hollowed guns.
I actually get to go first for once. I'm getting aggressive. Blast him. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I like that, idiot. Get him. Okay, well, you missed everything. Oh, I'll get to you, don't you worry. Yeah, that's right. Beat up that other frigate. Just not me. Although homie did just get pretty far away from us. Don't block off my torpedoes. Oh, me. Not a very helpful spot for you to sit. Oh. Yippee!
For the glory of the Imperium!
Don't know why I can't use these. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds like Veabos 6 to atone for their crimes before humanity. Here, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of the Von Valaxius Protectorate until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. Pits of Veabos.
Praying before the sacred warrant has imbued me with the determination to fulfill my mission. With the support of the rogue trader, I will wrest the relic from the heretic's clutches.
Your resolve gleams with every shade of gold, sister. Your words blaze like a fire, and your faith in what you say is unshakable. I can barely behold it without squinting.
Signs of the enemy. I'm going into a fight right here. Oh. Zara. A tall, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. Nicandis, Aelith, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder toward the platform where a few more silhouettes in tar black armor can be seen. Henrix narrows his eyes and gives the Xenos an appraising look. The Drukhari of this breed are known as Weiches. Weiches? Lazarus. They are experts at bloodletting in the arenas and on the battlefield. However, I am more interested in the ones sulking in the shadows. Judging by their armor, they are high-ranking representatives of the Cabal, a military clique from the Duraki Demizen. It seems we have disrupted a vile performance for their distinguished guests. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? Xenos' eyes light up with interest. The monkey understands my speech? Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons and soon without your skin.
The humans scattered around you are on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. Who are you? My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tazara the Deliverer, Tazara the Benevolent, the one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Komarog's many arenas. Surely this is why you have come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor and for the privilege of being the first to be chained? Yrlia chuckles haughtily. Such grandiose names for a soulless wretch who tortures the breathless and torments the powerless. Your words hint at a nobility you have never possessed. Cousin, what are you doing among this rabble? What an unexpected and tantalizing surprise, Tazara licks her lips hungrily. I cannot wait to take you in my arms and clasp you tightly to me. Do not waste breath on your lies. Only the faint vestiges of blood connect the Asuryani and the Dark Ones, such as yourself. I presume the toxic atmosphere is your doing? It could be. Or perhaps my mere presence is enough to make base creatures like yourselves forget how to breathe. Tazara lets out a nasty chuckle. Are you really surprised at what happened? You wove the net right under your own feet. We merely knocked out the pin and that drew it closed tight around you. A couple of volleys at these seals on the underground well and the planet, and one at the one you had turned inside out did the rest. And your brethren finished what the planet had started. Oh, how they strived to please me and my entourage, how they slaughtered and tortured their own kin for mine and my sister's delight. How they decorated this little arena with still living Monkey. How did you think all that you see before you is the work of our hands? Think again. Justifiers in the arena. How could you stoop to this? To killing one another for the amusement of the enemies of humanity? A hulking brute who can barely stand coughs up blood and wipes his lips. What? Was I supposed to lie down and die? The ones who survived the arena, the Xenos take them away. I saw humans boarding shuttles with my own eyes. They're going to take us away from here, you hear? Now you see why arbitrators prefer to execute criminals immediately, because this is what they will do otherwise with the life they are offered. From the moment they fall into heresy, they hardly have the right to be called human anymore. All they can do from then on is sink deeper. Yeah, who gives a shit about us convicts? The lanky buggers may keep me on a leash, but at least I'll be alive, not coughing out my lungs. How cruel you are to your unfortunate kin. The Monkey have worked hard to entertain their elite audience. Each of them fights with a strength born of desperation, seeking to earn their place in my box of toys. There is always room for more. My toys do break very easily. You ravaged the planet, wiped out millions of people, made those who survived bend the knee. You will pay for this. Am I not paying for our mischief already? Am I not saving the worthiest among your kin, gifting them the right to die for the delight of my brothers and sisters? What kind of abhorrent ingratitude is this? From the dust behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Looks like the spectators were bored when the performance hit a snag. Nurse reaches for his weapon. Raises her weapon and points at you. Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule. And tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Ymiris herself, the great archon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. Persuasion, turn the fires in the arena. Do you truly wish to die at the Xenos' behest? If we join forces now, we can end this senseless carnage once and for all. Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin. We're gonna die anyways. Might as well do it without the heretic's brand. Slay the beast! Tazara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
I will wipe your disgusting presence out of existence!
I'll adorn myself with your flame.
Oh, we were really. Oh, we convinced everyone. I thought it was only going to be some of them. But I'm still under the ambushed effect. I can't move people. That's unfortunate. Oh, they have a lot of movement.
Emperor, give me strength. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
As I say, this is out of line of sight, so I bet it's not going to work. Seems all I can really do maybe is get some people in position.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
Oh, I can see you? Behind that little wall? Oh, that changes everything.
I won't stand for it. On it. Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done. I'll see
him
to
down.
it personally.
Oh! Unfortunate. Well, now that I know that I can see you guys.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it
Crit and
serves
high
your
roll.
cause.
Yes! What's this one do again? What's so special?
I understand your intent.
Fortunately, she only has line of sight on.
I hear you moving. No more.
But she's still freaking nuts.
Hold the formation. One of us would be enough.
I don't think you can make it. Oh, I was stupid. I should have had him come to me, then... Still trying to get used to how to properly use this guy. His little dog.
Accepted. Glato, we're undertaking this task. Let's test our skills, Glato.
Oh, I was hoping you would just stand right there. That's fine too, I guess.
Your misery is my treat.
Let's make it quick.
Oh. These guys are still acting independently? I guess. Well, you're still marked for the slaughter, my friend. So...
If not,
I'm bored of this farce, Tazara. Who rules this arena, you or the monkey? Archon, Ymir-Ease. Arazhai, you know the danger to repeat. Oh, okay. Where's your command? Is that our future companion?
I'll see to it personally.
Oh, okay. That guy actually was trying to shoot.
Hold on.
Unfortunately, homie, that dude is dead the moment his turn comes up.
Everyone, step aside. I'll see our foes obliterated.
Oh, that's not what I meant at all.
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. Not sanctioned to do this. Naturally. Let's see to it. But of course, holy terror, smite your enemies.
Let's get to it.
Oh yeah, there he goes. So we lost 2 of our homies so far. Might be able to save the rest. Go, Glato, go.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Ooh. Some firefighters turn their heads towards you one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. They're still prisoners, so I kind of want to keep them down, even though here I'm extending a boon to them. But still. By destroying these foul Xenos, you have atoned for your transgressions against the Emperor. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be subject to selective punitive servitorization so that you may further toil for the good of the Imperium.
Is there money to be made? Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
That it? Does it say no? I can hear. Loading chunk.
I always have a backup plan.
I sense something nearby.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Is that it?
Let us not dawdle.
Oh. Captain becomes a master inspector is the mark of you. Interesting. Oh yeah. New convicts, various dangerous literates and idle thinkers. Worries may be filled with prisoners taken from foreign worlds. Purchasing foreign criminals is a potential solution to the problem. This fits me complacency. This fits me security. Fellowship of the Void. This is some profit factor, but I am gonna get some Fellowship of the Void rev. Hope I don't regret that. Whoa. Ooh. Environment, dome, ergonomics. Okay, so I need to do one of these two later. It's looking like it's this one. So, Envirodome. Envirodome. So next time, do that one. Oh, I didn't even look at this one. Ooh. This one's also from the same thing, though. That is an insane axe, though. Holy cow. Ooh. This is hard. Thankfully it's later, but man, this is gonna be a hard decision to make. Dang, that axe is sick though. And the good news is once it's done, I'll get some adamantine. So I can do that other Giants one, or whatever it's called. Oh, maybe I should have charted a path over there from here. Or I do it from here. But there's much of a difference. Also, I will have to connect some of these routes eventually. I'd rather actually... Let's try to bring these two since it's major. That was fast. Stern report is coming for the quarries. Convicts have lost their minds. They forgot how to use tools. They huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes of whips, ruining the mining deadlines. Some are possessed with the urge to use their nails to scratch blasphemous symbols on tools, machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls with several mines from floor to ceiling with the symbols and then go off deep into the mining tunnels. None of them could be found. The overseers consider it a ploy to divert attention away from the escapes and an impending rebellion. Symbols we stretch constantly. It's hard to say. It's hard to give these drawings any sort of intelligible definition. Unnaturally round circles connected with lines. The lines are interrupted by groups of dots. Some patterns follow a certain common logic, while others are unique. I can provide your lordship with pics of them. Logic. After examining the pic, you realize that the symbols are connected through a strange logical sequence. I'm detecting an intriguing pattern in the drawing of the symbols left by the prisoners. Hypothesis: they have a particular purpose. Requesting clearance for the Adeptus Mechanicus to accept the mines and investigate the specimen. Disappearing prisoners? What is the point of running away from penal servitude and the entire world is a prison cell? No, Shireen, these Ashmags have found some sort of smuggling tunnel network and are hiding there. And the drawings are their secret language, which they use to give orders to their fellow prisoners. I know some guys who can find such secret places and decipher these languages. If the convicts continue to disappear for no reason, then unrest will soon follow, whether out of fear or hope for the possibility of escape. To stifle this, we must put pressure on the convicts' leaders. My experience suggests that such people can hold more sway than any overseer. A fish rots from the head, and a prison begins to collapse because of the overseers. It is suspicious that no one has managed to get to the bottom of this problem. Lean on the senior staff to get the information we need. Someone in the prison must be exploiting the situation for their own ends. Servants of the Omnissiah are hereby allowed to examine any well, let's see, what exactly did my thing say? Because there's logic to it. See, it's the logical sequence that makes me think that there might be something for the Adeptus Mechanicus to figure out here. There is no sacrifice more worthy than one made in the name of the quest for knowledge. The wise servants of the Omnissiah interrogated the strange prisoners. The examination of their brain tissue did not reveal any mutations. Those laborers who had completely lost their utility were granted servitorization in order to maintain production level. However, one discovery was made after all. Prisoners' drawings were too systematic. They cannot be mere gibberish. The sets of repeating dashes and dots were far too similar. But if it had indeed a secret code, then, judging by the complexity and the impossibility of decoding it, this language was definitely not invented by a convict. Okay, with adamantine. And then it was you who needed giants? Oh. No? This one. There was another one that needed maybe not. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up. I'll just do these cheaper ones for the time being. I want to make sure I have the right resources for things. Lord Captain, our astropaths received a message from Achilles Stalander on Darganos. He has closely studied the data from the incursion of Veabos 6, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his aides to identify those enemies of humanity so their location can be determined. Master Stalander is also reporting that Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aides continues to arrive, and Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raid becomes clear. Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, and there will be little more to mount a response. According to Master Stalander, your personal participation in defense would be the best strategy given the circumstances. Lord Captain, this is Master Helmsman Raver. The crew is grumbling again, but they've the right reason this time. Our analytics system has gone totally bonkers. The red robes, tech priests are blaming the anger of the machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure at the crew for not being worshipped. The crew not being worshipful. We have largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs and auspexes across the ship, but you should know there is something awfully sketchy about the machines these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain, the vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cognators could not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augurs failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to Tech Priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has been restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should now be able to handle them. Oh, I forgot I had that big one. Oh, well, look at this. Huh? Oh. Just being a little silly. I do need to get more people soon. I'm running a little low. Oh, that one's already done. Falstone is totally done. I think Kiava Gamma is totally done. I think Janus will pretty much be done after that. That one looks like an easy one, so I'll probably just go for that. We got plenty of provisions right now. Lord Captain, the mines are once again in turmoil. At the depths level of MD Zeta 05, the overseers have discovered a mountain of mutilated bodies, seemingly crushed by the millstones of the mining machines. All the dead are convicts. The overseers believe that there is a cult of heretics operating in the ranks of the prisoners, offering human sacrifice. The prisoners themselves claim that this atrocity was committed on the order of the warden to rid his prison of more inconvenient inmates. The warden tried to reason with the raging mob, but was mauled to death instead. His defiled remains were found inside one of the cells where prisoners were being tortured during the investigation of the strange convicts. The overseers have managed to isolate the rebels inside the mining facilities, but an assault would result in high losses of workforce. On the other hand, the prisoners are ready to lay down their weapons, cease this violence, and repent if the rogue trader would only demonstrate some compassion toward their plight, possibly by reforming some of the more severe punishments. Who did kill the people found in the mines? That remains to be established. The riot has complicated the investigation. Perhaps it was the work of the warden after all, or perhaps there is a cell of the Cult of the Final Dawn operating among the prisoners. But the few pics of the corpses that the overseers managed to take contain an oddity. If one were to use their imagination, they could see a certain pattern in the scattered bodies, one that is vaguely similar to one of these inconvenient prisoners had been drawing. My officer's advice, Shireen, if the governor and the pack of overseers kind of handle their duties, Should they not take their place should they not take the place of their wards? And could there not be worthy administrators among those who oppose them, those who could do better? A mob of commoners mauled a noble soul who was attempting to reason with them. How awful. Perhaps, I don't think it was quite like that. Perhaps the underground madness has spread among them and assumed a new form, turning them into monsters in the process. It would be cruel to kill them if this is the case. It is much more humane and well-intentioned to excise their brains in order to curb their ferocity and penchant for disobedience. My house did the same whenever the serfs rebelled in their ignorance, a rather merciful step. I don't care about the overseers, the convicts, or their problems. What bothers me is the dead bodies. Who left them? That is the important question. If the bodies haven't been destroyed yet, then we could conduct a certain kind of divination. The ritual is less than appetizing, but a psyker with a strong stomach could learn more about their deaths. Traces of death are like an open book to the disciple of the web. A skilled spinner can go to the mines and reveal what brought death to the convicts. Let the spinners do their work. May the secrets of the death be revealed. The cultists spent days without sleep or sustenance, studying every wound on the mutilated corpse. At last, the Undying One bestowed a revelation on him. The spinners sensed the victim's dying throes and proclaimed that a dark entity had claimed the souls of the convicts. Crippled by his visions, the man lost his mind and kept rambling, spouting gloomy prophecies of the terrible adversary. But his duty was done, and the rebellion abated as fear of the unknown rallied the inhabitants of the colony. Okay. Ooh, this is a hard pick for me. Resource-wise, this one is a little more costly. And a melee weapon can always be replaced. But plus critical damage is really good across the board. Plus complacency across all my colonies is really nice. More profit factor. Yeah. Whoa, my profit factor is super freaking high. I don't remember. Is one of these my... I just sworn one of these was my reps. I didn't have to always go onto the ship, but... Or on the bridge, I mean. I think there's something big I was working up to with these guys. Was this? There's that one. I remember. That's good. But man, I got big profit factor now. Shit. Oh, that's right. Is that I want that gun. I want it so bad. Not a lot to give, but I gotta chip away at it. The heck is that? Ooh, that looks dope. Yeah, it's not bad. Damn, strong. What do you got coming up anytime soon? Neat shoddy, I guess. It's not too strong. Big hammer. $25.35. What did yours do again? This one is stronger. Many more ranks, though. Many, many more ranks. Hmm. You can fill your flagship's arsenal with various ammunitions that enhance the capabilities of your flagship's weapons. If your arsenals have fighter or bomber decks, your torpedo tubes tend to launch Fury interceptors or Skyhawk bombers instead of regular torpedoes. For several rounds, you'll be able to directly control these special light units, using them to create a distraction, deal damage. Attack craft have a limited amount of fuel. When empty, they can no longer be controlled directly and return to your flagship automatically. Huh? Let's say that's not new stuff. Where's that bolter I got? See, so it has a bigger swing in terms of damage. But has more armor penetration is the trade-off. Plus it looks dope. But I already have this bolter? Am I going crazy? Where is this precise bolter? Picked it up, didn't I? Did I not hit the rep check after all? Am I going fucking nuts? Oh, I didn't hit it after all. My bad. But it will be a nice upgrade for her when I do. I really like those boots. Sure. Easier to proc the dodge effect, so. Closer and closer. Actually, yeah. Ooh, so close. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. An additional chance to hit? Yes. He's about to frickin' blast some dudes. Oh, yeah, and I could put that one. What was that headpiece I wanted to put on her that I was debating? It was these. Give it to her. Could have said give it to her. Those goggles are so sick. They do so much. Oh, wait, no, he didn't want Xenos gear. Okay, okay. I started to freak out for a second. I was like, did I really just sell it to someone who I already told myself I didn't want to give it to that person? Oh, I thought this was a unique sniper. Turns out I just got one early. I also did all that forgetting that she needs a... I needs an updated one-hander. Oh, and it also doesn't even... That doesn't even count as a death cult weapon, so... Does she have a psi rating? Would have been fun if she had a psi rating, since she's hinted at having some sort of psi sensitivity. Where do you even see that? Is it around here? Hmm. What the heck? You can use melt-in weapons? I think she could. And I don't think anyone had something they want to talk to me about. Oh, wait, actually, let's check in with Juliet, since tried to save our people, her people, and unfortunately failed. You have anything new to say?
Elantark. Our species are too different from one another. What touch...
I'm just gonna chat to everyone about that stupid gift thing, just so that it gets rid of
Take
it.
heed, Nemo.
I don't have to see it anymore. I'm talking to people.
Well, it would have to be something that screams, look how... Oh,
The only son. Man.
You are Oh, I have no doubt you will.
For some reason, I thought that was a new dialogue tree.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
To what do I owe this visit? Mistress Adari is a dangerous person. And dangerous people like dangerous things.
Rogue trader. You
But I don't want to ask freaking Gassia about it. I doubt that it would have any repercussions, but it does worry me. Just like,
I know very little about how ordinary couples come together. I have enjoyed.
greetings.
cool. 3 of that leftover dialogue, hopefully. And hopefully it doesn't make Cassia mad somehow. Lord Captain, we've received vox tasks from the Sarah. This signal quality is rather poor, but the meaning is clear. The world is expecting your lordship's arrival. Great festivities have been arranged, and a delegation led by the planetary governor is ready to give you a welcome worthy of an honored guest. For them. Let's look at this real quick. Oh right, I got new ship parts. What's this? It has some sort of icon on it. I don't know what that means. Amid the lives of rocks, oh, more lava stuff detected. Something resembling buildings. And the scouting team appear in buildings to form and fuse together by high temperatures or mining structures. Cells sad story centuries ago, the planet had all its riches perished beneath the radiant sun systems, expanding sun. Okay, never mind. I thought that was gonna be one of the ones where we found some Xenos goodies. Were they architects of the flame? Is that what the people deemed them? Whoa, I got 12 extractum thingy. Oh, goodness. I might need to go hit up some old locations and set up shop. Sure. What's going on here? This place looks different. Old school. Huh. This medieval is frick, dude. What the heck? Servitors are trying their best to play music. What the heck does this dude have his face stitched on? Ugh. Is that even your real face? Governor Ruldo. A richly dressed man riding a snewy horse breaks off from the procession. When he approaches, you immediately notice a strange detail. The man's face is pinned to his head with precious fastenings that stretch the skin across his skull. Ugh. Celestial guests, there is no higher honor for us than to extend our hospitality to such noble eminences. Ugh. His Celestial Highness, the Road Trader, and an illustrious judicator of the Imperium. All of Thesira clamors, trembles, and cheers. Rulodo, the fair-faced governor of Thessera, at your service. I thank you for your courteous welcome, Governor. However, we have come here to address a grave concern. But of course, your celestial highness, it would be my pleasure to discuss whatever topic you have in mind. That said, you have had such long and perilous journey behind you. Like any self-respecting house, I must first propose... A jester? Is that one of the... elf... jester people? Ugh. Bluff the court fool, a smaller figure steps out of the crowd. Dressed in a motley attire of a court fool and wearing a sneering mask. My name is Bluff. I am Lord Rulodo's good mood. I tickle his governorship with well-spouted jests and itty-bitty gossip, and now I merrily doff my cup to our celestial lords and ladies and hand them this here key to Thessara as a token of our boundless loyalty. Fool bows and offers you this gift. Thank you, Bluff. I don't know if I can trust that man, but sure. Fool parts with his offering, then jumps away with an irritating giggle. Being the paragon of grace that he is, would my celestial lord perhaps also deign to feast his ears on the latest Thessaran gossip to go with my gift? Look at the governor. The governor's heavy gold-stitched jacket adds a certain presence to his figure, and it cannot hide how poor of a rider he is. The way his boots dig into the horse's sides, his hands fiddling with the reins, his trembling fingers, all speak of nervousness and lack of control. Come with the gossip. Well, slap my grox. Fine, then listen to this. One-eyed terror of the common man went out a-thieving one day. He sneaks into a hut, itching to fill up his sack, and what sees he? A scary big shadow on the floor. He turns around, and right behind him, a giant, a monster, with hands like imperial columns. It grabs him by the throat and starts beating the air out of him like he's a ball of dough. Turns out, he's popped by Murgeth's place, and she used to work the bone mill no worse than 10 men could when she was young. The fellow's been one eye ever since, and who is he glad he's not one arm or one leg? And finish his nonsensical tale, the fool erupts into Arabic acerbic? I've never seen that word before. Giggling. So yeah, these dudes. Can I get some of that armor? What happened to your face? Such a stretched out countenance. Ah, this is a fine tradition that I myself brought to this world. You see, there is a way to tame the merciless passage of time. All you need is to find a young and healthy face, appropriate it, and attach to your own fading skin. The local nobility eagerly took to this art of extending one's life and youth, and I, once a celestial lord myself, now promote this custom by personal example so I may showcase its wonderful properties. Ugh. Furrow appears in Henrik's brow, but that is devoid of all sense. What is this, some travesty of rejuvenant treatments? All the procedures I have heard of are far more complex and laborious. Iconoclast. You put on other people's skin out of desire to look younger. You will declare this vile practice banned today. Oh, looks confused for a few moments. Yes, of course, this very day. Celestial Highness, what kind of address is that? That's what we call the Highborn, who come down to us in their wondrous vessels. Of course, I am not native to Thessara, and thus was once a Celestial Lord myself. I have grown used to the local customs, however, and so I address you like any Thessarian would. And where are you from? From a distant civilized world, yes. Thessara lacks much of what I was accustomed to, yet after my appointment here, I quickly grew to love this planet with all my heart. I hope that during your visit, you too will come to feel at least some affection for Thessara. Lodo abruptly changes the subject, unwilling to say more about his native world. The reason for this is unclear. Yeah, and he snapped a face to his face, which kind of makes me leery of if was someone else ripped off his face to try and masquerade as someone else. Ulodo, I'm sure you know why we are here. Ulo nods, somewhat perplexed. I do have certain suspicions. Enough. According to data protocol, Calixus Sigma UX-11-4, this MU class planet type feudal, Estermare rating E874, with an assigned tithe grade of Solutio Extremis, has not provided its due tithe amount in full. You have violated the Lex and are hereby under investigation. You are to present all related customs reports and shipping manifests immediately. The Proctor's voice carries no emotion, and Glatios silently bares his teeth, completing the image of the immaculable hand of justice that has arrived on Thessera. I am most flattered by your attention, esteemed Judicator, and by this opportunity to serve the Imperium with even greater dedication than before. Speaking of dedication, we are already conducting a thorough inspection to see which scribe it was that bungled the tithe calculation. Fear not, the scoundrel shall soon be. Excuses are the hallmark of the guilty. Do not make your situation worse, Governor. Claps his hands together and says meekly, Of course, Master Judicator. I will provide you with all the documents as soon as our internal review is complete. I assure you it won't take long, and the report itself will be exhaustive. Trying to change the subject. I don't know if I want to let him. I think it's somewhere where we have a serious conversation. Well, in that case, please proceed to the castle. All of Thessera has been awaiting your arrival, busily preparing for the finest dishes and entertainments in your honor. So I fear it may be challenging for you to avoid attention. Let us have a court lady accompany you. Little scrawny. A thin woman emerges into the torchlight, looking at you with a mixture of fear and awe. Her diminutive figure is practically drowning in her velvet and silk dress, and a resplendent necklace of blue stone adorns her neck. Maeve, my celestial lord, at your service. It's like old school, medieval. Solomorn leans closer and says in a lowered voice, Based on my experience, I would say we have been assigned a spy under a pretense of generosity, but this is a good thing. We'll use this young woman as our source of information about the world. And now it would be wise to play along and question her thoroughly once we are away from prying ears. Relax, Maeve. Just pretend that you are giving a good friend a tour of the place. Maeve smiles sheepishly. I'm afraid that is easier said than done. My celestial lord, it would be like trying to imagine a mighty sun as a tiny ember, but I will do my best not to anger you by acting too nervous. Very well. I'd like to see what this place has to offer. I can tell by what I'm hearing that our executioner has already lit up the Thesmorpheus. Ready to give the condemned a warm welcome, which means the governor's official whisper collector, that's me, has a whole lot of important business to get to, and so I must leave you now, good sirs and ladies, lest I miss out on a hot batch of juicy tales. Terribly pleased to meet you all, honored Judicator. Bluff grasps Solomorn's hand and gives it a vigorous shake. The dude is sketchy. He screams. We can even blink. The cybermassive beside him sinks his teeth into Bluff's forearm, jerking it back and forth in a fury. The attack lasts only for a moment, but when Glantio lets go, the fool's limb is already torn to shreds. With a cry of pain, Bluff leaps away and melds into a rolling crowd. Solomorn ruffles Gladio's neck and turns to you. Feudal worlds are rarely known for their bureaucratic precision. Reconnaissance on the ground will tell us more than any report hastily scribbled down by these blockheads. I suggest we attend this trial and see how the laws of this planet are enforced. Can't wait to meet some kindred spirits. Just professional intuition. Shall we go? Let's go then. We must not miss the biggest locale spectacle. It's not a question of preference, but of what might help the investigation. The execution will gather a crowd, and we in turn will gather information. That will prove useful, considering how eager everyone was to make their exit. Observe the execution. So, Celestial Lord, your coming is a historic event for these people. Rest assured, the locals will be watching your every move, and a single word or careless gesture from you may well transform their lives on this underdeveloped world. My Celestial Lord, she hesitates before continuing. They say you are the God Emperor's anointed. Have you truly seen him? Alas, no. Our God Emperor resides on holy... I don't know, because now I'm kind of wondering about what Solomon told me, like, you don't have to be that careful about what I say. Our God Emperor resides on Holy Terra, many light centuries from here. To behold him is a privilege denied to all but a few. It's not a forlorn sigh. I wish I could see him, but I am sure his splendor is so dazzlingly bright that once one glance upon his visage is enough to blind a person on the spot. Oh, pardon me, you probably wanted to ask me something, didn't you? Solomon casts a quick glance around as if looking for someone, and then nods at you confidentially. How do you find living at the governor's court? I dare not complain, my Celestial Lord. Lesser nobles such as myself sometimes receive punishment for angering our lords, but that is good in a way. I think it makes me cleaner and brighter on the inside and helps me to better serve the God Emperor, the holder of the key to all destinies. Maeve makes the sign of the Aquila and turns a reverent gaze upon you. Hold the Emperor the holder of the keys to destinies. Why? Forgive me, if I've said something wrong, my lord. Preacher Antiochus said that the God Emperor holds the key to all destinies in his celestial hand. He himself sits at the top of the great tower of humankind. From there, gazing out over the worlds and stars of his domain, he sees all, knows all, and a bloody tear rolls down his cheek when he reads our shameful thoughts and deeds in the annals of our lives. But those who strive, who do not let the seed of evil into their hearts, he will reward with a new destiny, a new life, higher and better than the one before. With a turn of his key, he unlocks the dungeon of their souls. I live in hope that one day he will come to my door. How fascinating. And what are you going to do to get a better destiny? I can hope, pray earnestly, try to be virtuous and diligent, and if I manage to please the Celestial Lord, then maybe, just maybe, the Emperor will take notice. Lore succeeded. Though the Thessarians honor the God Emperor, their interpretation of the creed verges on heresy. Serving him is already the reward, and only the desire to serve longer and with greater zeal is worthy of pursuit. Argenta shakes her head. Serve the Emperor merely to earn a better fate? What a pitiful foundation for faith on Thessera. Missionaries must be sent here to set this world upon the truth path, while there is still time. Why did the God Emperor lock people in a dungeon? In a time of darkness, the God Emperor walled up the tower of humankind against fiends and monsters to keep it safe from evil. That evil had already planted its seeds in thousands upon thousands of human souls. He locked them in the dungeon of the tower so that they might first eradicate the evil in their thoughts. All of our lives, we atone for our transgression against the God Emperor, and after death we return to his judgment. But that is our burden to bear, my lord. When I see you and realize that before me stands his anointed, one blessed by his godly hand, there is no one happier than I. What was this necklace they drew attention to? Oh, there's a pretty extravagant necklace, actually. What do you think of the governor? Oh, he's a wonderful person, so considerate and generous. But of course, his venerable age has taken his toll. He behaves oddly from time to time, but we all have our quirks, don't we? Behaves oddly? How? Well, he gave me a lovely Thessarium necklace just before you arrived. Strange, is it not, to bestow such a treasure on someone of the lower nobility? And I also noticed that we have been conversing more of late, and it's been easier. Sometimes I think he knows me better than I know myself. So the governor has never favored you like this before. Perhaps the appointment to escort the rogue trader also came as a surprise. Blinks in astonishment. That is so, my lord Judicator. I still wonder why the God Emperor saw it fit to bestow such a tremendous honor upon me. Something's up with that necklace. Listening device? Tell me about Bluff, the fool. How did he win the governor's favor? He is the best among all the court servants. Maeve looks down, but you catch fear in her eyes. He always knew how to make the noble lords laugh, but at first, Dane's jokes were just funny pranks and puns. Those were wonderful, almost impossible times. Persuasion. Something happened and Dane changed. What did he not? Did he not? That is his name, yes. Persuasion test succeed. Yes, he seemed to retreat into himself all of a sudden, and he started snapping back at people, saying sarcastic, scathing things. His jokes were simple before, but now there's always a nasty bite to them. And he started exploding at every little thing and ordered me about. My own brother. Having said all this, she freezes in fear, turning white as a sheet. Apologies for my lack of restraint. For a brief moment, a deep wrinkle cuts across Solomorn's forehead. So, your brother's not his usual self. This world is a tangled web indeed. Since you are here, show me how the Thessarians entertain their nobles. What would you like me to do, my celestial lord? I was taught how to dance to sing. Sing me your favorite song. Apprehensively unclosed her eyes and begins. With great care, she sings past her some local hymn about how the Emperor was the key to all destiny, locked the heavens against invisible monsters and enemies of humanity. Her voice, though trembling with nerves, is surprisingly pleasant to listen to. What song is that? Song of Humanity's Deliverance from Darkness is sung once a moon life as a reminder of the great deed of the God Emperor, who used the key to all destinies to lock the world away from wicked things. He called himself the son of the stars. He chose to stay, sake unworthy, remember his deeds. Not a single note in tune. That was delightful. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue our walk. Well, if we're in this medieval styled world, I really freaking hope that we get some sort of sweet, massive medieval swords or something. They are teaching their own doctrine here, and not that of the God Emperor precisely to the creed.
Always keep
None
your
are better
eye on
at
the prize.
searching.
I better myself through my service. Cast your eye there. Nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor favors me today. Duty prevails.
Ooh. When a creature in those stacks is killed, all creatures adjacent to it, wielder, suffer knock damage. Alright, I don't have Abelard on me. I think that two-handed sword is better than his standard one, so...
Is there money to be made?
How do we get there? Oh, hey. Good job, Dougie. How in the world? Oh, we need to come from this side. I see now. Your noble light. As you approach, the noble bows gracefully. Their soon-on faces are wrapped tightly around their stoles, and their eyes gleam with earnest subservience. One dares to address you. O celestial lord, grace us with your regard. When my brother and I heard of your arrival, we immediately sought to surprise you with an exceptional gift. The ancient scrolls tell of a wonder, a mechanical sage by the name of Kogakor. Oh, I'm starting to feel like I should have brought Pascal. It knows the answers to all questions, can make other machines do its bidding, and may even predict the future. My brother and I have borne many a hardship, but we managed to acquire this magic contraption for our much-cherished guest. The box in front of you, presumably the Kogakor they speak of, exudes a strong odor of ritual oils, made of thin planks, and is covered in so many purity seals that it seems to be held together by them alone. A stack of flimsy rough paper lies atop it, and there is a mica panel with malachite buttons attached to the front. A thin slit is visible among the buttons. Henrik shrugs. I've seen quite a few dissertations of Gothic on primitive worlds. I do not recall ever seeing such a miscomprehension of the omniscience gifts. Ernest, listen to the sounds coming from the box. There's a barely audible breathing coming from the box. Whoever is inside wants very much not to be noticed. Kato stalks toward the box and bares his fangs, while Solomon frowns grimly at the device. Really? Then again, what else would you expect from this ignorant world? Unseal the box and let the poor soul out at once. Who? What poor soul? I do not. The young nobleman addressing you withers under the scathing glaze of his partner. As you command, my celestial lord, forgive us. We wished only to delight you by reproducing an otherworldly miracle we had read about in an ancient chronicle. You are nothing but a pair of dim-witted lickspittlers. But mere stupidity hardly warrants an execution. Get out of my sight. We do not mean to offend. We only wish to please.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, what's this? Oh. Bloody Sacrament. Area attacks with a small create a smoke cloud. All creatures that enter the area must pass a toughness, strength, willpower, and resistance test. Only failed toughness checks. Strength check. Cool.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
I have learned much in my exile.
Shells and castings. They're not blind. Yes. Doubt as to what they are.
Just as I planned.
Oh, so carefully you peeled the skin off his face. Oh.
Easily done. The Inquisition taught me many things.
Who's there? The Shiller himself? He couldn't have come here. Like Santa on the roof. Oh, you followed us up here. Good.
That was a problem for
Glad
you.
to know that you're agile.
Let us not dawdle. I always get the job
Let's see, with
done.
an curiosity, one of them pulls a muzzle closer and clacks its teeth. Almost too greedily and hungrily for a harmless herbivore. Ooh. Our state is locked fast.
I always have a backup plan.
So I'm assuming this loot's up here. Whoa.
As a child, I was captivated by the chronicles of the feudal world Urban II. Knights clad in shining armor riding their fine steeds, battling enemies of humanity, and holding feasts after their victories. But this world has only grey and mud.
The same is true for many worlds in the Imperium, Lady Cassia. You should accustom yourself to that fact.
He's looking out for her, giving her a chance to consider and see the wide open world.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Peer into the people's throats, judging by their... Shut up! I'm trying to read. They have not been properly fed in some time.
Easily done.
Huh? Okay. Glad to see you're keeping up, Maeve.
Speak, Elantak.
What's that over there? Right? Yeah.
The Inquisition
warp sight
taught me
reveals
many
something.
things.
I better myself through my service.
Hey, yo. Salt armor. Otherwise, starts their turn with no enemies with 3 celebrates the game +4 MP and do not provoke attacks of opportunity this turn. Or starts their turn with at least 1 enemy within a 3 cell radius.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby.
Yeah, that's great, homie. How'd you not see that?
Was saved from death.
You shut up.
1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
Doesn't give a lot of armor, honestly. No. It's interesting, I guess. Interesting gear.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, I didn't loot that thingy. Come on.
That was a problem for you.
Oh, my bad. Almost forgot. I need to check to see. Ooh. Or its protected ally dodges or parries attacks and brave wounds. Sure, let's try that. See what that does.
Is there money to be made?
There's a statue. Is that of me? It looks like it's a statue of me. Tavrisk the Sculptor. The sculptor's mechanical hands crawl over the rough stone, their many jointed metal fingers remaining in constant motion. Even now, you recognize your own features in the unfinished piece. It seems someone commissioned a statue of you the moment you set foot on the planet. The old man turns his wrinkled face to you, and you see crystals where his eyes used to be. Is my celestial lord here to gaze upon his destiny? Alas, my creation is not yet complete. Who are you? The humble creator, the governor's first sculptor, Tavrisk, who has the honor of shaping the destinies of others, but not his own. The sculptor said to you, you see no peoples, the crystals. You can tell me about the material you're working with. This is Thessertium, a fascinating stone born from the bowels of this planet. Like any other kind, it bends and melts beneath the sculptor's tool, but for the sculpture to come to life in earnest, they must put their very soul into it. One of his hands emerges from behind the statue and gently touches the head, seemingly of its own volition. The soul, however, obtains calluses the more the sculptor works, and mine has long since become covered in stabs. He carves his work using the Psyker abilities he is cursed with, an astonishingly frivolous application of warp powers. I don't understand, are you a Psyker? My Lord Governor calls me a foreteller and a creator, others a wicked sorcerer, but there is no cause for concern. My abilities are sanctioned, and I am pure before the Emperor's celestial eye. He gestures at the tubes on the back of his head, as if to prove the truth of his words. Your augments are most impressive. Such implants are impossible in feudal world. Where'd you come from? Lord Rulodo had my limbs replaced before he took me from my home planet. It was so long ago, I have since forgotten what my land is like to the touch. Sculptor's mechanical arms are pierced by sticky tubes, and the elbow joints have all but worn down. It must have been a decade since these implants were last serviced. Such neglect often poses a serious threat to the person's life, and yet the old man's skin looks relatively healthy in the spots where flesh and metal meet. Lord Ward, this man appears to belong to a rare variety of psychers, biomancers, capable of recovering even from otherwise deadly wounds and diseases. Did you capture the governor's destiny in Sculpture 2? His mouth stretches to a cryptic smile. I have made thousands of statues for Rulodo, but Thessara's stone flesh can never seem to sate his great ambitions. I'm here. The sculpture was my destiny got to do with it. When I sculpt your celestial highness, I see people's destinies in the forms I create. Okay, that's the Psyker bit. The visions that come to me shape not only the stone, but the person's fate as well. Your image was indistinct when it appeared before me, and my work is not yet done. What do you wish to behold? These musings on destinies and fates remind me of a heretical cult that has been plaguing the Von Valaxius domain of late, where visions sculpted are whispers of the warp. I have passed through the halls of the Black Ship. My celestial lord may be certain that my creations bear no evil within them. Tell me, what do you wish to see shaped in the stone? All that I am accomplishing in the present. Sculptor lays his hands to start all their stone metal spider. Somehow his sightless gaze perceives exactly those details of your appearance that you are proud of the most. Your destiny will soon be complete, my lord. I will have it delivered to your celestial vessel. The very last path has been carved in stone. One who lives in the present has no reason to fear the future, but sooner or later the future catches up with everyone. Increase the character's fellowship until the end of the mission on Thessara. Looks pretty epic, dude.
I always keep my options open.
On the table. I guess I've been tossing straps onto the floor without thought.
Let us see what I found.
Oh, you spotted that all the way freaking down there, homie? Okay, well, I run down there and grab that. One of you grab this bag, please.
That's how it's done. Rise to the top.
There's enough easily if he doesn't hungry mouths. The servants are unlikely to get even a morsel of this feast. My path. Is my pathing bugged? Where am I?
I will lead us to fortune.
Oh, come on.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Oh, I could have used that to go down there. Dang it.
I always get the job done.
Armor of Iron Will. Perplexed.
Let us not dawdle.
What is it?
Oh.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Ah, dang it. I wandered into a event. Oh. Big old Iron Maiden. Where's the rest of my crew? Oh, okay. I guess it does this if ever someone wanders off. Tadua the Scorched. You see a man with a cruel grimace on his face and hands disfigured with burn marks. Behind him stands a ghastly-looking mechanism adorned with the polished stole of gigantic proportions. The eye sockets, their edges melted, gaze darkly at the crowd with the promise of inevitable punishment. The man, clearly the executioner, bows his head. The very messengers of the sky have come to decide our fate. We are honored, your celestial highness. Who are you? I am Tadu the Scorched, a slaughterman of the 5th generation and a humble disciple of the Iron Saint you see before you, your celestial highness. Master Tadua knows no mercy, and his hand is unfailingly firm in the sacred cause of administering justice. Maeve is careful to keep her posture straight, but her frightened gaze is deliberately averted from both the executioner and the mechanism behind him. What is the structure? This instrument of punishment is a personification of the great Thesmophorius the Martyred, who accomplished the legendary feat of slaying 300 heretics. As is glorious tradition, all mutants who affront the Emperor's gaze and stain the face of Thessara must enter the Saint's iron embrace. Whenever justice is served, hundreds flock to the Thesmorpheus, eager to witness the magnificent spectacle. You have just confessed that your semblance of justice serves not as a demonstration of lawful authority and deterrence to your subjects, but as entertainment. Solomorn utters the last word with disgust, as if there could be no fouler profanity. Henrix arches an elbow as he gazes at the Iron Giant. This is one of those worlds where public execution forms part of a sacred edification of the crowd, and yet, from the description, it sounds like the people are not learning from what they see, but rather are perversely enjoying it instead. Who's inside right now? Another heretic who violated the holy laws of Thessara, and since his body is already turned to ash, such will be the fate of his name as well, to be scattered to the winds, that it may never again defile the lips of any who live upon our sacred world. Never again defile the lips. Maeve looks ready to faint. She seems both terrified and nauseated by this sacred rite that has drawn so many onlookers. Law of Imperium punishes those who deserve it. Was that the last of the accused for the day? That was but one of the first bodies set to stoke the Thesmorpheus. It is going to get a lot busier now. As if to confirm the man's words, the fire-breathing saint expels a puff of acrid smoke. While the guilty are being reduced to ashes, let us meet the next participants in our performance. Ugh. Two people, or something resembling people, are pushed onto the stage. They are mutants, hideous parodies of humanity, forever tainted by the imperfections of the flesh. One of them is dressed in stained yet expensive clothes. The other wears the tattered uniform of the local guards. Your Celestial Highness, behold two lonesome heretics who blemish the very face of Thessara with their existence. Tadua chuckles, but his sneer is completely devoid of mirth. The degree of their guilt may vary, but they both deserve to enter the blazing bowels of the Thesmorpheus for the worst of their transgressions, distorting the sacred face of humanity. But since fate has graced us with such lofty visitors, I eagerly cede the right to punish these miscreants to you, your Celestial Highness. Contrary to his honeyed words, the executioner's voice betrays his poorly concealed displeasure. Cassia purses her lips when she notices the onlooker staring at her hands, eyes, and neck. Many point their fingers shamelessly in her direction. Oh, others spit at their feet in disgust. Her chin raised high, the lay navigator adjusts her forehead adornment with her clawed hands. She squares her shoulders, lets out a breath, and glares at the crowd with condensation. At the sight of a Xenos in your company, the masked courtiers begin to gasp and murmur. In the glint of their eyes and curl their lips lies only fearful disgust. Their lives are poisoned by fear and hatred. Their words and thoughts drip with venom. Yet Monkey choose to hide behind masks rather than change anything. What do you mean degree of their guilt may vary? Tadua fixes you with a fanatical stare. One of them, despite being one of the highest lords of Thessara, spat on our world's customs by refusing to alter his destiny. The other did change his fate, even though he was just a lowborn wallowing in the mud. What in the Lexus name did I just hear? Solomon raises his voice slightly, indicating that the usually impassive arbitrator is profoundly indignant. I normally have no trouble passing judgment, but in this case, I don't even know where to start. What was the opulently dressed mutant's crime? Ah, rotten stain upon the noble families. He was hiding in his manner to conceal his deformities, but had trouble keeping his mouth shut. He spread corruption among the minds of courtiers? Cast aspirations on the traditions of the world. Was insolent, sworn profanely. Luckily he has no heirs, and today his accursed bloodline shall be put to rest once and for all. Richly garbed mutant moans something. You notice stitches on his disfigured face. The zealous servants were evidently in a hurry to silence the condemned man early and suit his twisted mouth shut. What monstrous cruelty to sew a man's mouth shut. Take those stitches out immediately. Eager to please you, Tadua carries out the order, but his work is far from gentle. The condemned man groans and chokes in pain as the executioner pulls the threads from flesh. Thank you. With his mouth oozing blood, the mutant is unlikely to say much more. What did the mutant in the guard's uniform do? A thief, a brigand, and a murderer. There is no way to list all the crimes lying upon this freak's conscience. However, his willingness to change his destiny against all odds merits this mutant at least some honor. Despite his feeble mindlessness and simplicity, he had enough sense to obscure his countenance with hoods and helmets until he made his way from beggar to guard. It was not long before his excessive passion for fighting and stabbing gave him away. Mutant utters a foul curse under his breath, then immediately gives you a frightened look and falls silent. The mere sight of the Celestial Lord seems to instill a reverent awe in the common denizens of Thessara. You praise the lowborn mutant, despite the vicious acts he has committed. They are both mutants, and have thereby violated his law. Yet, when one finds a spark of nobility in an abject commoner, one cannot help but feel a grain of respect for them. This heretic may be of low birth, but he does not flout the values of Thessara the way the nobleman does, and thus honors our traditions with his will. Born into the rabble, he applied all his abilities and skills, defied the restraints placed upon him, and crushed those who stood in his path. all in order to forge a new destiny for himself. Forge a destiny, Salamorn repeats slowly with an undertone of utter disbelief of what he's hearing. Even you, a degenerate, should know that man is bound to serve the God Emperor's plan from birth, and that any attempt to change that is a violation of his will. What do you say, Maeve? Which of these two deserves to die? Maeve gaze darts fearfully around while visibly avoiding the doomed mutants on the platform. I am of too low of birth to take on the burden of being a judge, my celestial lord. I'm ready to announce my decision. The word of a distinguished guest is law. We are all trembling with anticipation. Maeve seems to have reined in the emotions that were overtaking her, and she casts a timid glance at you while she awaits the verdict. I guess I'm a little confused. Obviously they're mutants, but it seems like my crew is not too pleased with the whole order of this deal. Just because there's no illicit crimes, they're doing this all for entertainment. Let them go. To the storage. The excitement of Tuda's eyes fade away. A merciful decision, your celestial highness. Savor the gift of freedom bestowed on us by the holder of the key to all destinies and by his messenger. Begone, you disgusting spawn. Oh, what clamor! I'll wager they heard the sound of the poor slaughterman's heart, breaking all the way at the other end of the Sarah. And now, my favorite word. Next! Oh, jeez. A pale, bony creature, barely able to move its legs, enters the stage. In place of a mask, it turns a horrific melody of features toward the world. This ugliness, however, is nothing like that of the previous convicts. The thin, squeamishly twisted mouth is fused to the cheekbones. Malicious eyes peer into the crowd from under hideous folds of skin. The face of this heretic appears to have melted and congealed. What is this heretic guilty of? Executioner does not answer you right away, but makes you wait for a moment. His crime is more grievous than any this scaffold has ever seen. He was granted a new destiny, but chose to defy it. He turned away from the greatest gift that can be afforded to the loyal sons and daughters of the Sarah. Regiment's gaze drifts over the crowd until his piercing eyes meet yours. His head twitches, his face contorting with monstrous grimace. Shut up, before it gets in, whispers in sudden frenzy. I won't give up, I won't give up, I won't. Oh, no. We didn't come here for you to stay quiet. Squeal now, and squeal louder. The crowd takes up the fool's outburst and begins demanding more. Where's the fool? I can't even... Oh, he's right there. Where is that blasted court fool? Just as I was wondering. You glance at the crowd and suddenly see the fool, prancing and flitting among the gawkers, clearly trying not to be spotted by you. On to Solomor, it's time to teach the gathering a lesson. Without uttering a word, the arbitrator draws his weapon. A shot rings out, and a deafening shriek rises from the throng of people. You catch sight of the badly wounded fool disappearing into the crowd. Maeve cries out in horror and immediately claps her mouth with both hands, trying to lock her voice inside. What happened to his face? Is he another mutant? Assyrian fever. You need not worry, your celestial highness. It is not contagious. Just execute this one already so we can be done for today. As he opens his mouth to say something, Convict takes a step on his clumsy spiny legs and then another. The face, pretty, strong, shining. A gnarled claw points directly at you. Give it here! Give it to me now instead of the one I bear. Take mine, it's not mine. Take it, take it! And a mutant. Mammon raises his crooked fingers to his face and sinks his nails into his sagging flesh. Shrieking with what sounds like relief, he tears off a piece of his cheek, then another, then one more. Falling to his knees, he frantically scratches his own eyes out, smearing blood and clear ichor across his face before collapsing dead on the platform. A sudden rumble draws your attention, like a rockfall tumbling down a slope. The thudding of feet and mad screams overwhelm you. After a moment, you see the source of the commotion. A throng of mutants is charging straight at you. How are the knights losing to these idiots?
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Give me strength.
So they're gonna explode when they die. Oh, the two people I let go. Oh, now they're gonna die anyways. Sucks to suck. A little wary to have Henrix get right in there since these dudes have exploding capabilities, obviously. You, on the other hand, don't have that problem, but you're not going eat first yet, so let's have you hang back. We're a little thinner over here. We don't really have cover, but we don't quite need it. Almost set up more of a firing line behind Henrik. Make this the crit zone. So let's scoot over so that way we can maybe see around. Oh, I can't scoot over. She can. Maybe see around these stairs a little bit more, get a clear shot. These guys with their AoE will be able to take down this side, no problem.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I have read tomes of military tactics. Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
One of us would be enough. Leto, we're undertaking this task.
Oh, why did you go right there? Things just got really interesting.
The order is clear.
If I may,
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil. I am not your Xenos. Hear you moving no more.
Let's get rid of the bomb squad.
If it serves your cause, no weakness is hidden from my sight.
The Emperor is on our side.
High momentum.
For the throne's glory. Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Get me a target. Naturally. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Oh, was the idea that we should have stayed behind the line and shot at him?
Emperor, protect me.
I do want to back up Solemn Warns, that not in the heat of all this.
Let's test our skills, Galeto. Moving into position.
He's fine. He's built different. He's fine. He's built different.
I'll take it as progress. One of us would be enough. Galeto, we're undertaking this task. Understood. It won't take long.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, I should have switched the other weapon. I didn't think about the ammo.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
I was hoping she was far enough.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable. I refuse. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Now executions for
Oopsie.
less.
As the Emperor commands.
You're tough, Glato. Good job.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Hopefully this dude moves and we just get an attack opportunity on him and finish the job.
I'll make it happen. On it. It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Accept your lot. Twice before crossing me. Your end was inevitable. I'll see to it, but you never stood a chance. On it. Your end was inevitable.
I'm starting to think I should have brought Abelard. I know it was just going to be this melee ridden, but
Emperor, protect me. Step aside. The navigator is coming.
not that we needed that, but
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
wait, where's the last one? Oh, walked right past you. Oh well.
I'm afraid not. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Understood. One less. Let's test our skills, Glato.
Can you reach that? Glato? Here you go. Good boy. Oh, the executioner. Your Celestial Highness, apologies for my late arrival. I wasted a great deal of time in the idle squabbles with that oaf of a treasurer as he was looking for the shipment chronicles. I only heard about the attack after it had already begun, and the elevator might as well not have been moving at all. It was so slow. The treasurer, the elevator. Who are you going to blame next, Governor? Are you the ruler of this world or a casual onlooker? You will take measures immediately and restore order, or I will conclude that you are sabotaging the Rogue Trader's visit, either by intent or simply due to your own ineptness. The governor babbles in fear. I never thought, he takes a deep breath. The culprits, of course. The culprits will face execution post haste, my celestial lord. Survey the square. An oppressive silence hangs over the previously bustling plaza. The people are taking in the carnage, clearly avoiding looking at you, but still catching your every word. You notice Maeve standing nearby, gazing around her with horror in her eyes. Find those responsible and bring them to me. The condemned mutants broke... Or, we're back to this dude. The condemned mutants broke loose and attacked the townsfolk. It has been a long, long time since anything like that happened. Your Celestial Highness. They must have sniffed out that today was a special day. The executioner's lip curls, split by a blow during the fight. The commander was responsible for guarding them. He got careless. Commander Lucra, his armor rattling, one of the knights steps forward. I am Lucra, commander of the fortress. I can attest that the ungodly mutants were restrained properly. It's the Phasmorpheus. The smoke whipped the brutes into a frenzy. Strike the gov. I don't trust this governor dude, so I wouldn't mind an opportunity to put him in his place off the bat. But I feel like this is just kind of supposed to be the skip over this decision. I shall make my decision. Celestial Lord, swear on my life the knights and I did everything we could to keep you safe. Who could have foreseen that the Phasmorpheus, after gorging itself on miscreants, would start driving the mutants mad with its smoke? Lies, the Phasmorpheus does not taunt heretics. It fills them with horror. To shift the blame of your own failure onto a sacred weapon of justice is a heinous crime in and of itself. I just don't have enough details, really. I'm just kind of pointing fingers, and they both kind of suck. I'll make them grovel. Nabu looks at the commander grimly and falls to his knees. I swear on everything that is holy, on the blood of the martyrs in his name. It was never my thoughts to cause you grief, your celestial highness. Have mercy. Commander quickly kneels in turn. Truly, our shame will not be washed away until the end of time. We beg for our celestial lord's forgiveness, so that we might serve our lifelong righteous penance. Oh, what the heck? You are our savior today, your celestial highness, and in gratitude, please accept this personalized sword for my treasury. Fatebringer once decided the outcome of one of our feuds. It killed a rebel leader, and peace has reigned on our planet ever since. Two-hander. Yeah, it's not that strong. Take no this time to bribery. He's not a very good sword, so it would be kind of funny to be like, wait, 100%. Do they all have 100%? They don't all have 100% armor penetration, right? Thank you. I might be... Look at Maeve. After putting yourself in order, Maeve catches your eye and looks away shyly. Her lips bear a poorly concealed smile of relief. It appears your celebration is over, Governor. Not in the least. I will not let some beast ruin everything we have worked so hard to prepare. I suggest we distance ourselves from this place and return to our corner of revelry in peace. By your leave, I will be waiting for you at the table. Oh, God, Emperor, give me strength. Swallowing noisily, the governor hurriedly departs the scene of slaughter. It amazes me that that idiot just underpaid the tithe and did not somehow lose the whole planet as well. Solomon pauses pensively, watching the governor leave. Fine, a feast it is. I am sick of the stench of burnt meat. Let's try a change of scenery. Her face pale, Maeve raises a hand. My celestial lord is only a few steps away. The noble lords are already lifting their glasses in their savior's honor, awaiting your arrival. Shall we proceed? Actually, I'll loot that one, just so I can keep one with me as a keepsake. Oops, actually, it's on one of those.
Keep your wits about you.
Why does that look like blood? Radiant shield. The attacker must pass an agility resistance test or become blinded. What's yours do again? That damage reduction is pretty dope.
That's how it's done.
Dark Maroon MSEC is pouring out of the ridiculously gaudy fountain. Eager cupbearer hands you a goblet filled to the brim. Have a taste, if you please, my celestial lord. This vintage has been maturing ever since we laid the cornerstone of our citadel. We tapped it to celebrate you. You always have MSEC flowing from this fountain? By no means. Such frivolous excess would impede us in carrying out our burden of service to the Emperor. It is only on truly great days, such as today, the fountain pours forth this noble beverage. Besides, even the sturdiest of servants could not work the pump for days on end. Pump? Naturally, my celestial lord. It requires the grueling labor of dozens of sturdy workers to create an upward movement of the liquid in the pipes. It is the most useful contraption. Yeah. I don't know. I prefer to keep my mind clear. I do not protest. Should you change your mind? I just don't trust anything going on here right now.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, he's down here. Whoever's hand reaches for the MSEC but flinches under your gaze and abruptly changes trajectory towards the appetizers. Today is a very nervous day, Your Celestial Highness. When I feel nervous, I eat. And drink. And eat again. That is just the way I am. But Emperor, have mercy, the food today is to die for. Would you like to have some? I recommend you try some fried alcedote. Those horns were still scoring my hunters just the other day. And here, we have some 5-tailed Shrimperiuses in stewed black eye sauce. These fellows need to be eaten quickly before they scurry off the plate. As for the side dishes, you simply must have a taste of these crispy blabbeard shells seasoned with glut. This spice scorches your tongue, but follow it with some amasec and it feels like waters of life itself. Attack the giant ham. Failed! You seem to do the greasy ham and slowly chew the brackish, fibrous meat with your might. With a severe bite, your jaw begins to ache. Restrain the toughness in the next combat. This is a one-time penalty, disappears after combat ends. Moderation is wisdom. Oh, my agility is down now because of that. Now that we've had some refreshments, let us talk. Barely, Your Celestial Highness. He reaches his ring-studded hand for a goblet, but stops the sound of Maeve's voice. My lord, remember what the physician told you. Temperance is the best cure for your ailments. I fear that you have disobeyed his wishes again today. And now I am paying for it with a compromise scene of balance and regrettable inability to admire the distinguished impostors. And the hunt is already in full swing. Solomon leans over to you. Rogue Trader, once you've had your fill of the governor, let me ask him a few questions. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of this. Oh no. Let's give it your questions. If I can amuse the esteemed judicator with conversation, I will only be too glad to. But of course, I've always wanted to try my hand at casual small talk. Solomon folds his arms imperiously over his chest, somehow becoming even taller in stature and broader in the shoulders. Tell me about the Laceraxes, Governor. Such fascinating creatures. Where did you get them from? I cannot tell you off the top of my head. Are there not many planets that have Laceraxes? I received these beasts a long time ago as a gift. It is well known that Laceraxes can only be found on Janus. The governor throws up his hands. Can they? And I was sure they were a common beastie. I might have embarrassed myself there, but I would be glad to talk about something else. Do not judge me harshly. I am just trying to get into the festive mood as best I can. We can certainly change the subject. I would like to note that I find your youth-extending face transplant procedure amazing. Does the Sarah possess any other unique knowledge or items brought over from your home world? What is that world called, by the way? Ah, my native Index. Unfortunately, I have not introduced much from it beyond the art of changing faces, but perhaps the Celestial Lord has taken a liking to some of Thessera's original creations? I guess Solomon and take a calm bead from your ear. Calm bead from your ear. I was presented with this pearl that whispers great secrets and mysteries. What a marvel. I was told it is an artifact from Idex. Oh yes, the famous Idexian pearls are of revelation. I often use them myself to keep my mind receptive to new ideas. What an idiot. I was interested in the musical servitors. They could only have been brought to you by the Crimson Priests, correct? Can you tell me why they visited the planet? What? A Shrimperius wiggles free of the governor's fork and drops into his goblet. Yes, it was foreigners who delivered the mechanical musicians. I'm sure I've not mentioned them yet. I think they were the Red Robes who arrived to celebrate the ascendance of a new governor. That's me. Rulodo's wistful gaze follows the Shrimperius fleeing the table. Why would servants of the Omni Messiah care who had taken the throne of a technologically underdeveloped world? The governor shrugs helplessly. I was too overjoyed at their appearance to ask. A gesture of difference, I suppose. Who can ever understand those mysterious Crimson Priests? Indeed. The tech priests are famous for having many vocations outside of pursuing technology and discovering new knowledge, like music and visits of courtesy. Thank you for the conversation, Governor. I have learned everything I wanted to know. What is this hunt you mentioned? Be a darling and tell our guests of the amusements. I'm a little exhausted. Of course, my lord. The imposter hunt takes place every moon life. Shortly before the event, the servants are thoroughly cleansed of dirt and foulness, combed, dressed in expensive clothing and masked, invited into the courtyard with the rest of the guests. The nobles hide their faces as well, and then they try to guess who the imposters are. Telling one from the other is quite a challenge sometimes. The governor suddenly perks up again. And that is the best part. I highly recommend you try it, Your Celestial Highness. It makes for a very interesting change of pace, and on this occasion, the privilege of branding, if you will, falls entirely to you, our honored celestial guests. Suppose I found all the imposters. What happens next? They've produced a shimmering slate featuring a string of fine inscriptions. This is a data brand, one of our off-world treasures. We handle it with the greatest care, and yet all of the Sarah's jewels and miracles cannot compare to the resplendence of your glory, my celestial lord. When you find an impostor, you need only mark them with this wondrous brand. At the end of the hunt, we hold a great feast. If you guess at least one of the imposters, you will also win a fine prize. If you guess all four, there will be an even more special reward. I remember at one of the hunts, a servant played the role of a baron so well that all the lords unanimously granted him favor and let him keep the title and privileges of the nobility. Such a thing rarely happens, but who knows what the evening will bring. For tonight, it is you who will determine the worthy, my celestial lord. Did you just admit that there is masquerading rabble among the Thessarian noble, illiterate, with no idea how to collect tithes, or, by the throne, actually explains so much. Glanced at the enthusiastic guest. Go ahead, Governor. Commence your charade. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Governor lets out an audible gulp. It shall be done, Master Judicator. Does one find an impostor? By the way they talk, by their lack of restraint, the unfamiliar delicacies overwhelm them so much that they lose control. Impostors are often scared of the responsibility that has fallen on their weak shoulders, and they try to stay close to the real nobles and imitate their rarefied manners. During the hunt, it is most worthwhile to pay attention to separate groups where conversation has already started. A frightened impostor will probably try to hide behind other people's backs. That's all I know, Celestial Lord. I will participate in the hunt. Marvelous. As soon as you are done with your search, I will be. The governor attempts to rise from the table, but gravity proves to be his superior. Perhaps you stay here, my lord. My days is full of genuine concern. I feel you may be right, Maeve. I will be waiting here, surrounded by savory dishes and plentiful amasec. Have a fruitful hunt, your celestial highness. Maeve, bring me a cup of amasec. Make sure it's filled to the brim. Comes an unexpected order from Solomon. It will be done, Lord Judicator. Solomon waits until Maeve is some distance away, then turns to you. I want to talk to you without the observer. They have attached to us, overhearing. He has a sweeping glance around the courtyard and lowers his voice. Do you get the sense that what is happening raises questions that lack coherent answers? I am uneasy as well, on account of certain unusual circumstances. Which one in particular? The governor's not Thessarian, and yet he seems utterly clueless about what is happening outside this planet. Precisely. Either he has had an experience so traumatic as to cause him to altogether lose his memory, or he being played for fools. Governor's strange behavior, markedly lavish gifts, change in personality, and all of that just before our arrival. You're not wrong. In particular, I would like to note the governor granting preferential treatment to our attendant. Perhaps he needs her unconditional trust to ensure that she does something, or on the contrary, remains uninvolved at just the right moment. The governor barely manages to stay in his saddle, which is odd for a local nobleman. Not too odd considering his ravenous fondness for food and amasec, but an astute observation nonetheless. The sculptor is not local. More importantly, he is a sanctioned psyker. His work with locally minded stone may be harmless pursuit, or it may not be. In any event, fact that the governor employs a sorcerer who is working on his own project is enough to raise questions. Remember the last mutant? Something was off about him. It wasn't just a physical deformity. Yes, mutation is a corruption that seldom leaves a person with a sound mind. What the madman spouted on the scaffold, and what he had done to himself, is beyond the pale. Local beliefs, what's this tripe about altering your destiny? The God Emperor alone knows how many different cults of him there are. No two planets worship him in quite the same way, but only a heretic would wax poetic about altering a fate that was ordained by the Emperor once and for all. Have you seen The Rise of the Madman Fall? The Chronicles of Fates? It is lunacy bordering on heresy. Not bordering. They are heresy writ large. That is not what troubles me. What troubles me is that the madmen succeeded in publishing them. In fact, there was a mutant attack during a public execution with no clear evidence or cause. The attack is unlikely to have been planned. It looked too messy, shall we say. On the other hand, perhaps that's the best this backwater planet can do when it comes to plotting and scheming. I do not like the way the governor is using every means possible to stall our inquiry into the tithe. Indeed, at first one could mistake it for psychophancy and an attempt to appease the celestial guests. But the longer it goes on, the more apparent the criminal intent behind this stalling of inevitable becomes. I have a theory, but I would like to hear yours first, lest my opinions influence my reasonings. Usually involves a cult of some description, so this must be a cult. We're being led into a trap of some sort. Likely so, but while we are ignorant as to the nature and purpose of this trap, we have nothing concrete to go on and can only stay on our guard. My hypothesis is that this is not about the tithe. That is merely a pretext to keep us here long enough. But what for? We should play along for now. Let them think we've taken the bait while we wait for an opportunity to seize control of the situation. For that, we need to agree on a signal to launch a coordinated attack. I will take a drag on an IO stick. Understood. Maeve returns, taking quick, careful steps along the paved road, a brimming goblet in her hands. Your Amasec, my lord. I haven't spilled a drop. Without a word, the arbitrator hurls the drink on the pavement. The splash of Amasec is like a starlit wound upon the stone that has been polished by 1,000 souls. Who the... were you? The young woman's hair is disheveled, her bodice stained with grime, and her mask pushed clumsily on top of her head. Holding her skirt high, she is trying her hardest to fight her way through the guards blocking the door. Just let me go, please, for throne's sake, she exclaims when the guards yet push her aside. The woman notices you attempt something resembling a curtsy, but stumbles and falls to her knees. I'm done. I just can't take it anymore. You're our celestial lord, aren't you? Yes, I am, but you do not look much like a noble lady. I'm Ectica, your graciousness. I'm not a noble, not one bit. I just do the laundry and bleach the linens. I've never mixed in high society in my life. Forgive a fool, your graciousness. Why are you telling me this? According to the rules, you are meant to pose as a noble. Then you get a reward. But I don't want no reward, my lord. I want to get back home. The woman hangs her head and clutches the lace frills on her dress. Her breathing stutters as she is racked with silent sobs. Why are you trying to escape? I want to get away before they start putting those brands on us. For the tricksters. I'm no kind of trickster, can't you see? I couldn't fool with rocks. Why are you participating in the masquerade in the first place? It's not like they asked me nicely, your graciousness. They grabbed me, shoved me in this dress, and threw me in here. Nobody here was asked. But I don't want to be anybody's toy. I have 3 boys and a girl. We starch our lords' and ladies' undergarments, and we work our fingers to the bone just to get enough scraps for the day. She shows you her callous hands, molted red from chemical burns. So what should I do with you? Gripping the frills of her fabulous dress in the coarse, white-knuckled hands, the woman looks at you. Please, your graciousness, by the God Emperor, just let me leave. Nobody who gets put in one of these get-ups ever comes back. If I stay, I won't see my home again. I just know it. I haven't done anything wrong. No one ever comes back. What's that supposed to mean? Just that, your graciousness. It doesn't matter if you get branded or not. Once the hunt is over, you're gone. This place is like a crock spit. There's no way back. But I want to live. I want to be useful. Please, please let me go home. You really don't look like an imposter at all. Guards, let her go. Lacking the courage to object to your demand, the guard reluctantly as the woman turns to you back and looks. You see wet trails on her guileless face. Thank you, Celestial Lord. You sweetheart. I'll never forget your kindness. She bows low and vanishes into the darkness. There's a possibility that she was just an insanely good actor, but I don't know. And with scissors. Right, nobleman. In the wavering torchlight, you see a glint of steel. One of the jacket-clad young men is pressing a blade against the other's ribs. A mask lies discarded at the attacker's feet. Noticing you, the trembling victim cries out, "Your Highness, save me!" Now says, "Do not interfere, outsider. This man deserves to be punished, along with all of Thasera's rotten elite. They see people as just things to be worn. Let him look me in the eye and find out what it feels like to be cut to pieces." You realize that the weapon pressed against the victim's body is none other than a pair of expertly sharpened tailor scissors. Salmor casts an indifferent glance at the pair. Local folk and their strange amusements. They're not worth our time. Athletics, intervene and free the victim. Capture scissors and deftly plunge them to the attacker's knee. Sensing his tormentor's grip weakening, the victim slips free and hides behind you. Right, Nobleman. This madman bribed the guards so that they would ignore my cries. I'm sure they'll be singing a different tune when they find out the Celestial Lord had to intervene personally. Tell me about the Thasera's rotten elite. They're parasites. They tear whoever they want into pieces. These scum squeeze into a person's skin like it's a suit that's 2 sizes too small, splitting the seams in the process. The vigilant, vigilante. God damn it, I suck. Stares at you without blinking, his eyes glassy. Skin suits and splitting seems preposterous. Your brother was rewarded for his talents with the best assignment he could hope for. Maybe he just decided he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. The nobleman's voice cracks. He's on the verge of tears. Your Celestial Highness, if such were your will, you could send servants to the dressmaker this very moment and find this man's brother alive and well. His words are so gray, with flashes of copper desperation breaking through, but of a swampy muck of deceit, I see nothing. Tell me about this valet. It's very simple, Your Celestial Highness. His younger brother has a way with clothes. I noticed him when I was looking for new servants, and I sent the boy to apprentice under a renowned dressmaker in the upper quarters. I thought I would make him my valet, you see. But then this fool decided that I took his brother not because of his talent, but to use him for my rejuvenation. Why would I even need a new face? I haven't even worn mine out yet. Brand the Vigilante. Not a single muscle twitches in Tacker's face. Play your games all you want. My mission will not change. Thank you for intervening, Celestial Highness. The old man lays his hand on his heart and bows low to you. As soon as you step aside, the guards barrel towards the scene. Reese? Young priest, the two men in clergy robes are bickering loudly. The older of the pair is eating with great appetite, while the younger one watches him in disgust. Your overindulgence is pure hypocrisy. A true servant of faith would have abstained. The priest shoots his companion a glance over the plate. A true servant of faith must keep his strength up so that they may offer the God Emperor not just words but deeds as well. The young man flushes when he notices your gaze. Celestial Lord, how fortunate is your arrival. Only you can solve this conundrum and decide which of us is the true clergyman of noble birth and which is an arrogant impostor. Look at the two priests. Notice a marked difference between the builds of the quarreling men. The older priest's body is gaunt, unlike that of the smooth-faced youth. Also, the younger priest has the melodious voice of a singer, while the old man's speech is clear and powerful. Identify the imposter. The old priest gives you a reserved nod. Meanwhile, the younger one turns his entire body to face you, like a student being evaluated. Seems like the young one's the imposter. What would you say the role of knowledge in the Imperium? There are no barriers to learning the word of the Emperor and to conquering all that he has given unto us. Have you read the manuscripts of our scribe, Gorgias Fault? I hear that he has left his craft behind now, but his research shines on with the light of true worship. Knowledge depraves the soul, as does reading letters that are not meant to be read. The old priest furrows his brow at the young man's passionate words. Cassie shakes her head. Their judgments are like two sides of a single coin. There is value in both, but neither one consists the whole. What awaits the Emperor's servant after death? Both priests ponder the question for a while, the older first. Should they serve faithfully, the Emperor will preserve their soul in his halls. The young priest gives you a broad and sincere smile. It is customary on Thessaria to believe in sacred reincarnation, and thus the worthy may serve the Emperor for all eternity. Judging by the expression of the two debating the priests, you can easily believe that the one would indeed welcome his long-awaited rest, and the other a chance at eternal service. By what name are the warriors born to the blood of the Emperor's sons known? How's the Celestial Master, gods among men? The Emperor's angels, they descend upon the land to smite down his enemies. Smile vanished from the man's face. Why, well, yes, I did stip the lectorum once or twice, it's true, but I'm still a proper noble. I swear it on my honor.
Is there money to be made?
Wait, can I use a brand on what's his bucket? On the governor? Can I brand him? Few nobles have gathered around an older man in a fine jacket. His eyes dart back and forth between them. I come from an honored dynasty. You can't. He keeps trying to approach someone, but they all recoil from him as if he were a leper. In a gold mask. The mob's instigator, a lady in a gold mask, exclaims furiously, "Oh, listen to the songs of this poor wretch. He thinks that the bath they gave him makes him look like a nobleman." On noticing you, the crowd parts. In a peevish voice, the woman brawls, "We asked our celestial lord, brand this peasant." Among the hushed crowd, you single out a young woman in a half-mask and a gorgeous dress who is watching intently from the side. "Explain to me what's going on here," lady in the gold mask. Curtsies gracefully. "Your celestial highness, we have exposed one of the impostors. There he is, the one in the jacket, still clinging to his facade. You ought to brand him quickly." The woman has been keeping her distance, now steps closer and whispers to you, "My celestial lord, I'm begging you, listen to me. This man is a member of a noble family. He is being slandered." Look closely at the man. The old man is terrified. His hands are clutching an expensive cane bearing an intricate family coat of arms. Address the young woman. "Why are you standing up for him?" She whispers quietly, "I'm just a commoner in a fancy dress, my lord. This man is my master. I know I'm supposed to be playing the part of a rich girl, but I've served many lords, you see, and Sir Timius is the only one who treats his servants with gentleness. I want to protect him from these cruel people." "What can you say in your defense? My celestial lord knows how ruthless toward intrigues can be. My family once only recently attained its lofty status, and many here are opposed." He stutters, his teeth chattering in fear. Just the man. Are you aware that your servant's trying to protect you?" The old man adjusts his mask in surprise. His eyes scan the crowd again and come to rest on the finely dressed young woman. "That's Renka, my house servant." "What is she protecting me, you say?" "She has no idea what game she's got herself mixed up in. Forgive me, my girl." His lip quivers as he grips his cane more tightly and breathes in deeply before suddenly taking a step back. "Here she is, the real imposter, the house girl Renka. She admitted it herself." "Celestial lord," the old man spits and points his finger at Renka, who shrinks away in fear. "How could you steamers even think of deceiving our supreme benefactor?" "Hey, Morag." There's a burning indignation in the look of Earlet gives the old man, her hand reaching for the blade hanging from her belt. But then she goes still for a moment, puzzlement etched in her face before regaining its usual air of indifference. "Betrayal comes as naturally to you, monkey, as breathing, but it does not concern me. Continue rotting away in your dishonorable existence. I will have no part in it." Their vulturous gazes shift to you in anticipation to your verdict. "You truly believe this man is a commoner in disguise?" The loudest among the onlookers exchanged glances. The woman's dull mask bobs as she offers a deep courtesy. "Most certainly, your celestial highness. His plebeian nature is apparent to every self-respecting aristocrat." The woman is not lying, but neither is she being completely candid. The way she looks at the accused speaks of an old, inappeasable hatred, the kind one shows to one's true enemy. "This man is a noble. Why are you so intent on painting him otherwise?" Lady in the gold mask clears her throat. "There is not a word of a lie in what we have said. This travesty of a nobleman was granted his privileges less than 100 years ago. A family of upstarts who have elevated themselves through pedalary. For any true-born noble, he is no different from a masquerading peasant." Let's try to read the direction of your gaze. Hand the data brand to the servant. "I call on this young woman to make the decision in my stead." Finally dressed woman. The young woman freezes and squeaks out, "I obey my lord's will. Her voice suddenly calms. "I know this man well and can dispel all your doubts." You notice the old man breathe a sigh of relief when the data brand is put into her hands. "This is my former house servant, Timo, dressed as a noble. He is good, but he could never fool the true nobility." The young woman deftly marks the man, who is frozen in horror, and pushes the data brand back into your hand. Vengeful sparks play in her eyes. The woman in the golden mask races her with her patronizing nod. I don't even think that was the correct one, but I just kind of like that option of giving her the power. See what she would do. So yeah, there was... Yeah, I hit up all 4 encounters. Again, I really hope there's an option for me to brand the governor. Down, Gara. Bad beast. Very bad. I apologize, Your Celestial Highness. How is the imposter on Gara? My darling pet. She's darting the Shrimpuriuses. Every once in a while, he gets an allowance in the form of Alcidont bones. What has it done wrong? She almost ripped off my finger along with a slice of Alcidont. It's my fault for forgetting their predators, albeit domesticated ones. You have reduced a beast born to hunt and kill to a domesticated pet. Without a purpose and discipline, both man and animal alike are destined for degradation. Salamar nods at Glacio, who is completely unfazed by the multitude of delicacies. See, this is the level of obedience and dignity we should strive for. You see a beast devoid of free will as an example to follow. All I see is a broken spirit bound in chains of cruelty. They say people go missing after the imposter hunt. What do you make of this? Your Celestial Highness must have been listening to a lot of gossip. Who cares where the rabble goes afterward? However, I can assure you that the victors are often sent into my personal service. We call it the highest favor, and today it will be up to you to choose whom it should be bestowed upon. The governor is dragging out his words as if he is not entirely sure of them himself, or is not telling you something. Be good adage not to, if not for looking around, but there are at least 5 course changes between tortures. Again, I really hope. Who do I search? Delightful, I've immediately summoned the core of a celebration of hypocrisy, and who knows, perhaps the day where the imposters will be lucky enough to earn your favor. Turning to add a note of gravity to his voice, the governor proclaims, "Most radiant ladies and noble lords, I hereby declare the imposter hunt officially over." The crowd responds with uproarious cheers. Participants of our master raid already stand before you. Did you guess correctly? Did you expose them all? Please don your oculars and have a good look. Rulodo turns to you and whispers conspiratorially, "Not one noble was permitted to hunt the imposters this time, my lord. Still, knowing their penchant for such games, I do suspect they tried to make their guesses anyway, quietly among themselves. All these imposters have been found out by none other than our celestial guest, Lazarus von Valaxius. An unsurpassable show, your celestial highness. Bravo, bravo. Maeve, present our gift." Oh, bluff. Hear the fool's voice from somewhere among the crowd. A noble torso branded at the behest of the rogue trader himself. Oh, what bitter irony. My standing ovation to you. Oh, what the heck? Heroes of the Warp is trick. Cool. Your Celestial Highness, as an honored guest of Thessera, would you like to say a few words of guidance for a beautiful world? If there was a chance to brand him, that'd be so fucking sick. Well, when you start playing, the sees them to follow, the true, correct ways and creed of the Emperor. So we stand united in our faith and in our common mission to bring about humanity's victorious future. May you all toil for the indestructible fortress of the Imperium and wish for no other life. For the God Emperor is the one true path through the darkness of the universe. Glory be to the Emperor. Glory, the mass people respond, making the sign of the Aquila over their chests. One true path through the darkness of the universe. Repeating after you, the Sister of Battle whispers the words fervently. Even after the deluge of cries gives way to reverent silence, Argenta's eyes remain bright and zealous fire. May the God Emperor be merciful to this world steeped in mistaken beliefs. That was a grand speech. Thank you. Oh, he sniffles loudly, dabbling. He was Great crying. That was a grand speech. Thank you. And now, good lords and ladies, it's time to come to make the final faithful decisions. There is not but one true reward, the highest favor that any brand imposter desires. Please, your social highness, tell us, is there among these people one worthy of the rogue trader's favor? What is the highest favor? Is it part of the rules? Whom you grant your favor will be showered with all manner of honors and go to serve in the governor's palace. No. Hunt participants lower their heads, their eyes dimming. Hear venomous laughter from among the crowd. Recognize Bluff's voice. As the square drowns in a clamor and applause of gawkers who are spectating the game, you look around the court full but cannot spot him anywhere. Such is Celestial Highness's brilliant decision, which for some may have been fateful indeed. And finally, the hour you have all been waiting for. The concluding part of our conclusion, the great feast. Oh. I see. Oops. I was mistaken, because they were talking about, tons of people were talking about how, I don't know, he was talking like they might get sent to the governor's palace, and even like he didn't know what was happening. Dinner is served. The cyber lax's lumens glow blood red before the condemned can even scream. The beast pounce their prey with hunger snarls.
I've been branded. He tricks me. Gotta stop! I'm the master. Maeve, help! Maeve, I'm sorry.
Wait, he did get... When did he get branded?
Oppose like Valancius!
Now I'm confused.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may, me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Do not dare ask.
Target's too far. What the heck?
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. Naturally.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is what is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
One of us would be enough.
I just need him in position to let loose.
The order is clear. Accepted.
Big dodge. It's fine.
It's as good as done. Who if not me? I'll make it happen. On it. Here's my perfect moment. The best defense is a good offense. Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Sorry, Argenta. I didn't mean to do that.
See to it personally.
Promise.
I'll make it happen. Who if not me?
I understand your intent. You cannot force me, Elantak.
Big crit.
If another soul slips into there,
Hey, calm down, homie.
Emperor's faithful.
this tedium is beneath me. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I feel the power surging. But of course,
Good
Lord
versatility stack.
I won't object to it. Alas, no.
I got greedy. I was hopeful I would get another. Oh wait,
For
that's
the
right.
throne's glory.
For an enemy. The rescue.
I won't object to it. Naturally.
Oh wait, I should have given it to him. Plato.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? You insist, Lord Captain? If only that were
What?
possible.
Oh, I was using the wrong staff. Dang it. That's fine.
That is foolishness. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Your reckoning is due.
What happened was no accident, and my suspicions are correct. The arbitrator looks at his palm thoughtfully, and holds it out to his cybermassive. Gladio, analyze. Plato, say Gladio. Gotta be the jester. Dog's visor shimmering as it scans his skin with a mesh of rays. Finally, there is a metallic click and the descending hum of cooling servo monitors. The Proctor's augmentics respond with a soft buzz. Data brand. The court fool put it on me when he shook my hand. Then the Laceraxes attacked everyone who had been marked. However, the beasts were not at all eager to tear you apart, rogue trader. It appears you were wanted alive, but without my protection. Oh God, Emperor! Maeve presses her hands to her chest in the sign of the Aquila, her lips whispering a prayer. Forgive and protect his soul, forgive and protect. Rulado mentioned being branded before he died, and you stand him too. At his master's command, Glato directs his stand rays at the dead man's severed hand, which has somehow avoided being reduced to shreds along with the rest of the body. The Cybermassive's augmentics emit a warning signal. Rulado was branded too. He couldn't have known, or else he would not have doomed himself like that. I assume this is likewise the work of that buffoon. The only question is whether he was acting of his own accord, or at the behest of someone more important. So you're praying for, Maeve? My brothers, my lord. I had a feeling he wasn't acting himself lately. If I had known he had fallen in with scoundrels, I would have found them and strangled them with my own hands. What reason could your brother have to want to get an arbitrator's blood on his hands? It's a mystery to me too, my celestial lord. I think about it and I can't even imagine why. But lately it's like he's not himself. He keeps muttering these awful rhymes about blood and fate, and it's like he's waiting for something. But I just can't understand what. Lodo called your name before he died. I have no idea what's going on. I'm so confused. Maeve stares at Rolano's mauled corpse with unblinking eyes. Is this just a horrible nightmare? Could it be I'm just dreaming? For a second there I thought, no, I'm sorry, it's possible. You thought what? I thought it was my brother calling my name, not Lord Rulodo. But Dane wasn't there, meaning I just imagined it in my fright. Awareness. You think back to Rulodo's last moments, it is hard to tell for certain, but it really did seem as though his voice had changed, that it sounded younger and less strained, as if he cast off a mask. So who is to be considered the governor now? If only I knew, my celestial lord, if only I knew. Maeve's glistening eyes are full of shock. How do I know I can trust you, Maeve? I swear by the Emperor himself, I am unblemished before you in spirit and thought. That is what any cornered heretic would say. That is what any cornered heretic would swear to try and save their life. But I really had nothing to do with any of it, my lord. All I was told to do was entertain our celestial guests and chaperone them to the castle for talks, and instead, there's just gore and death everywhere. I don't know. I think I can trust her with how desperately he called out for her. Need to look around. Synth feed. Where ends their turn with any adjacent familiar? The familiar gains wounds. What's yours again? Sure. Price doesn't already have great persuasion. I mean, obviously he was sus, so I guess they laid a pretty good bait and switch. To have you executed, let's rise tightly. Oh, now she's to accompany us to the castle. Absence will raise the enemy's suspicion. Take us to the castle. I hear and obey. Please. Maeve breaks off as Salamorn walks by, brushing past her with his shoulders before examining the elevator with a fault-finding eye. Not daring to speak again, the young woman makes a gesture of invitation and steps on the platform herself. No sooner have you summoned the elevator than a short, metallic clang comes from somewhere above you. Oh, I saw a message. Man, all these idiots were in on it. I should execute them. Hope you enjoyed my bloodthirsty menagerie. You instantly recognize the spiteful voice and the cocky smirk on the fool of the fool's mask. The arm that was mauled by the cybermassive at their first meeting hangs limply. He has not even bothered to bandage it. There's a gunshot wound in his shoulder, surrounded by singed threads. His garish outfit is soaked with blood. Still acting the buffoon. Where's the doggy going? Some people never learn. Salamorn gestures behind his back to Cybermassive, sending him off on a circuit along the wall. A pulsing light draws your attention. Against the far wall, an old man stands behind an ominous-looking altar. The heavily augmented man stares in wonder at the flashes of blue light snaking through the veins of the Thrasterium in the floor and the walls. The crystals in his eyes sockets gleam and go dark in time with flashes. At once you recognize him as the sculptor who offered you to carve your visage. The old man does not seem to notice you. All his attention is focused on this strange altar. Tadu, the executioner, stands behind the fool and gives you a crooked smile. Nearby, Lucra, the fortress commander, keeps a sullen vigil. His hand never leaves the handle of his weapon. Perhaps you could start by explaining what this is all about? Now, why so tense? I simply grew tired of you forever wandering about with your retinue. Never a chance for a quiet word face to face. Yet I see your fearsome guardian has managed to find his way here as well. The fool sneers as he nods towards the arbitrator. And do pardon the less than gentle reception. These rain-worn mechanisms never fail to disappoint, creaking one moment, failing the next. Bodyguards for private conversation. Isn't that a bit much? Times are troubled, as you know. I want everything to go according to plan. The governor is dead. What is you're doing? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't swallow a man whole even if I wanted to. Bluff throws up his arms in exaggerated fashions. The Lacerax fool. You unleashed on the governor. Don't try to deny it. It seems humor is not part of the vocabulary of the Emperor's servants. But truth should be. You see, the governor was a fraud. A fake. Not worth crying over. The true governor of Thessera stands before you, esteemed guests. Dane, come on. Don't say anything like that. It's not right. It's... Shut up, you idiot. You can't even do as you're told. The fool tosses a look of utter contempt at Maeve. Take off the mask. Want to see who I'm speaking to. Grabs his hands around his mask. Bluff begins to slowly pull it away from his face, squirming and sobbing theatrically. Suddenly, the moans turn to gurgling laughter, and the fool removes his hand from the mask. Jess, you'll have time to examine this face very thoroughly. What was it that Maeve should have done, Bluff? Bring you here, to the altar of change, and not ask questions. So simple, but she couldn't even manage that. And I, according to your plan, was supposed to die. Solomorn raises the palm of his hand that holds the invisible mark of the data brand. Exactly. I don't need you. But don't worry, I planned for this as well. Tavrist, are you ready? Bluff smirks, clearly enjoying his imaginary power. Or is it real? Solomon turns slightly away from the fool and makes a series of furtive hand signals, telling you to stall while the Sour Massive gets into position. That looks ominous. The preparations are complete, my lord. Barely able to take his eyes off the dark altar, the sculptor hobbles toward the edge of the balcony. Thessera is not your home world, is that right? I see you've already found me out, eh? That's right. I was born and raised on Edex, the greatest world in all the Imperium. I'll never forget the mix of plasteel and ferrocrete, the glitter of proud spires, and the eternal humiliation of my appointment. Why are you sent to Thessera? To serve the Imperium faithfully and honestly, why else? Our all-knowing Administratum benefits it if the feudal throne is occupied by someone with an intelligence level higher than a Grox's. A golden shove for all my diligent service on Edex. I packed my bags and came here to govern this backwater. What a joke. If you are the real governor, why bother masquerading as a fool? It is simple. Who would ever take a poor, pitiful jester seriously? Who would even spare him a glance? Beneath this fool's cap, my hands were free, and I could devote myself entirely to preparing for our grand finale, and to conceal the tracks of my little mischief. I found a replacement. Rulodo wanted to play a power, and I graciously let him. Shame he didn't rule for long. Bluff's jeering laughter carries no hint of pity. And all of it for this one day, this exact moment. The elation in his voice sounds almost maniacal. The arbitrator gives you a subtle nod. Sour Massive is close enough for a decisive lunge. Suppose the irregularities with the tithe were part of your plan too? Oh yes, one small part of the grand design. To be precise, the first bait you had to take, which you did with commendable zeal. The concept was simple. Disrupt the shipment and provoke a response. An ingenious trap that the RBDs walked right into. But fate granted me with a special boon. You were caught in my net along with them, Lazarus. You didn't trap anyone. You shot yourself in the foot. Only an idiot would think they could outmatch a rogue trader and a proctor together. Your scribe thoughts left some intriguing notes behind. In them it appears to describe the switching of bodies. Is that part of your plan? You are perceptive, aren't you? My previous experiments were failures. You have met some of them, actually, including Fault himself. Remember the crazy mutant by the Phasmophorius? His brains turned out to be a bit of a complication. Mocking laughter erupts from behind the mask, making the fool's body shake all over. But do not fret, this time it will work. What's the altar of change? So he wants to swap bodies with me? Fool gestures towards the object here. A great artifact, which Tavris carved from this planet's unique gift. Asterium. Take a good look at it while you still can. If you grovel before me, I'll be merciful and let Solomon finish you off quickly. Fool chuckles nastily. You have overlooked one small detail. What detail? Talk, you bastard. Solomon raises his voice and takes a step towards Bluff, clearly trying to draw his attention. Gladio freezes silently, waiting to signal an attack. Bluff ignores the arbitrator, his gaze fixed on Maeve, more specifically on the necklace on her chest. A lovely piece, isn't it? You see Solomorn's hand signal out to the corner of your eye. Leto leaps but does not reach the fool. The Psyker moves at the same time. A flash of light and everything goes dark. You are surrounded by the smell of old rust. The darkness reluctantly retreats. The pain comes first, throbbing in your head, then the metallic taste in your mouth, and finally you feel the hard floor, chafing your stinging cheek. Look around. You see Bluff through the bars of the cage. The mocking smile of the sinister mask seems to grow even broader. Or is it a trick of the light? Maeve, as white as a sheet, with a dark aberration on her face, weeps quietly as she stands stock still beside the fool. There are markings on the floor at your feet, a crooked circle bordered by unholy symbols. Bluff is standing in the center of an integral circle. You hear a quiet, measured scraping sound and an old man's smuttering coming from the depths of the hall. A few words you manage to catch sound nothing like Gothic. Rogue Trader, can you hear me? You turn to the voice. Solomorn is trapped in one of the side cells. Apart from a bleeding bruise on his forehead, he appears unharmed. Maeve's necklace is more than just a pretty bauble, I take it. Much more, you see. With the right knowledge, the right tools, and some complex rituals, people can transform a simple, dirty blue pebble from the depths of Thessera into something truly special. However, it's a bit late for you to do anything with that information. When I get out of here, you are dead. Enough chit-chat. Travis, begin. Wheezing rapidly, the old man with the Thasterium eyes spews a torrent of unholy words from his toothless mouth. In response, the markings beneath your cage seem to inhale and begin glowing with light. Maeve's gaze leaps from you to Bluff in alarm. Tear-reddened eyes widen as she realizes what's happening. Dane, stop! Her slight form crashes into the fool, pushing him out of the center of the circle. The world explodes into shards. It's suffused with blinding light that burns out your eye sockets, incinerates the air in your lungs, and makes your heart judder in your chest. And finally, darkness descends. Impenetrable and absolute, encompassing everything, it cradles you, dissolving everything that was once you, everything that once was. Now we've body swapped. You are bobbing like a boat tossed upon the waves. Colors and sounds meld into a cacophony, stirring up nausea in this exhausted body. You blink and the patches of color fall into place. Or do they? Across from you, in the cage, you see a frightened, disoriented face, an expression you have never seen in a mirror. At your feet lies a gaudy mask that has fallen from the fool's face, covering his wrinkled visage in both hands. The ugly and enraged governor of Thessera rises hastily on trembling legs. Ugh, he's a freaking ghoul. Staring daggers at you, Ulodo shrieks, "Seize her! Seize Maeve!" The guard takes a heavy step in your direction. Hooking the guard promises nothing pleasant. Try to strike the guard. Take a swing and lose your coordination. Maeve's delicate body cannot even muster strength for a slap. Leto, attack! Your head swims, and through the haze you recognize the figure of a guard coming closer and closer, no sign of stopping. Your gaze sweeps over the room, searching for a way out, for a solution, until somewhere at the periphery of your vision you notice a streak of scarlet. It is the Cybermassive's visor, lighting up, giving you a chance to run. Oh. And how is me and Glato? Mine is a loose shard cast out into nothing, streaming in the voices of thousands of lies. Are they your lives? Or do they belong to another? The blood cracks branch out, biting into every scrap of disjointed thought, ravaging, hungering to shatter what little of your own self remains. A cry gurgles in the depths, a plea to make the torment stop and to let you dissolve into unconsciousness. But something has sunk its claws into you. keeping you in place, fusing you back together piece by piece, methodically and tortuously. He continues to skewer the shreds of your identity onto the thread of existence in an attempt to outpace the all-encompassing void. Memories of the last several minutes are incoherent and painful. The flash of sorcery, the leap into the unknown, Solomorn shouting something. He gave Glatio an order, but what order was it? Any attempt to make you make to process what happened only pulls you deeper into unconsciousness. You are wrenched suddenly out of oblivion by a blunt, merciless bite. You try to breathe and hear your own ragged wheeze. Sight gradually returns to you, and an angry horse's head emerges from the mist. You are back. You are alive. Push the horse away. The strange flesh obeys you reluctantly, as if receiving your command with a delay. It takes all your grit to raise your dainty hand and place on the horse's muzzle. The animal snorts and tosses the hand away with ease. Feel your body. Your hands find something on your chest, something so cold it burns your fingers. For a moment, you think it is the real you. The shard of your will, lost in the flow, it turns out to be nothing more than a Thessarium necklace. As you look at it, the crystal stares back at you with still blue eyes. The fool's wrinkled face suddenly emerges from the reflection, and his gloating voice seems to hang at the edge of your awareness. This body remembers pain and electrified air. Something bad. Shout. Because then is a death cry and unbearably shrill. Still is just strong enough to make the creature stop trying to bite you and back off. Memories that are not your own tear into your mind, replacing your thoughts. It occurs to you someone else used to scare all the monsters away. A big brother, so funny and always smiling. With some effort, you manage to force his gentle face out of your head. Roll to your side. You attempt to twist your body and ends in racking pain, shooting through your back. Focus your gaze. Slowly your eyes begin to put together a sordid image. Everything around you is brown and disgusting. Hay, wood, blood, dirt, horse. The trapdoor you jumped down has led you to a stable. The stable is a place of peasants, not sovereigns, but somehow your body remembers the sense of poverty. Your consciousness expands heavily. Like sick lungs, you remember a large basket, bundles of food clutched in your hands, and the grateful smiles of the hungry. Rise to your feet. You sway as if from sickness, all your limbs impossibly fragile. Scrawny legs, frail arms, these do not belong to you. This is a costume. It is not yours. It does not fit your status. It is the wrong size, and it still carries greasy traces of its former owner inside. You are overcome with the urge to tear it off your flesh and throw it away like a worn glove. Willpower. You gather your will and repress the desire to peel all the skin off. The mad impulse recedes. The memories that linger in this body may yet prove useful. To complete the picture, you have no choice but to look into a nearby water trap. Oh, at your reflection, you see familiar features. Some unnatural force has dragged you out of your body and into that of Maeve, Rulodo's lady-in-waiting. Now that you have spent some time in this stable, you feel a little more accustomed to your new limbs. But where is your own mortal shell? No, vegetable waste, rusty. Okay, half buried under the waist, looking suspiciously like a limb. Investigate the waist. A strange object of the battle. What emerges a human forearm, clearly severed at the elbow. A horse behind you sniffs and cranes his neck. Arm. With the dead fingers greedily. Pick up the pitchfork. With lack of strength to pull it free from the earth, step away from the heat. Examine the horse. The horse snorts and shows you its large teeth. It's unclear what the creature usually feeds on, but right now it would happily munch on fingers. Toss the corpse part over the stable door. Horse animal's nostrils flare in agitation. It pauses for a second, watch the arm's trajectory, and trots after the treat with a rumble. Snorting frantically, the horse hustles towards the stable door and smashes straight through it. Inside of the stable hand standing in the doorway portends nothing good for you. His face is savage, and glinting in his hand is a meat cleaver. Get the horse loose, you little wretch. I'll skin you alive. Stable hand. You hit him jaw, you miss your punch. Maeve, lady in waiting, not a fighter. To your new reflection of the cleaver, there is no way out. At least this foray into the life of the Thessarian peasantry has been a short one. An abrupt metallic clang rattles the stable. Something very heavy is coming your way at terrifying speed. The cleaver raised for a strike falls from the man's hand as he screams. Assailed by a whirlwind of fangs, fur, and metal. Having emerged from the gloom, the cyber mastiff does not give the stable hand even a single chance. After ripping out part of his spine, the beast spits out the corpse and looks up at you. Good boy, Glato. You notice a dent in one of the cyber mastiff's implants. He has taken a beating. It is hard to say whether he received this injury at the time of your capture or during his escape from the castle. Glato stares at you for a while, then barks and turns to scan the area. He is clearly waiting for orders. Logic. Cybermassive listens only to its Arbites master. The fact that Glato is here means that Solomorn has ordered him to follow you through the trapdoor. The arbitrator must have adjusted Glato's priorities to have him guard you. Man, I want to go to bed. This is so interesting. It's such a... Local inhabitants coming down the slope look hostile in the extreme. The vilest of them is missing an eye, but he makes sure to keep his remaining one fixed on you. Hey, Poppet, where'd you get that dress? You know my bride-to-be would love to wear a dress like that on her wedding day. Would you lend it to her? Of course I'll lend it to you right after I flay you where you stand, scum. Something in your gaze causes the bandit's smiles to disappear. One of them whispers something to the leader. The one-eyed man clicks his tongue to mask his trepidation. Walk shit off with you. Playing down palace brats is more mess than it's worth. Bandits let you pass, having seemingly lost all interest in you. Hey, wait. That's Adetka. Stay safe, dears. I say a big thank you to his gracious for me. I'll never forget his good heart. Most of the ones that used to raise the enormous elevator since destroyed. This one, however, is completely rusted through with age. Face, you stupid girl. What if it fell onto someone's head? Spent a whole day hooking that thing up. Now you got to do it all over again. Get out of here before you break anything else. Like, because I noticed the slums that one time off to the side. I was like, huh, that's kind of neat that you can see those over there. I didn't expect that we'd actually get to explore them. Okay, what's this over here? This shit's crazy, dog. Maeve, is that you? Hold on, I'll get it. Here, come in. Hey, what's the hurry? So the super poor don't recognize her, but the basic rabble do. Balding commoner, several commoners talking in loud whispers, taking no notice of you. Balding man with a bowl cut is gesturing energetically, his back turned towards you. Never thought a thing like that would happen in my time. A new celestial lord has paid us a visit. They say he descended from the sky on a great bird of iron, then stepped out of its belly clad in golden armor. Any who saw him were blinded by the splendor. That's his anointed for you. Rubbish, I've heard that tale before. Only an idiot would believe it. He's a nobleman like any other, just a more important one. Treats everyone like dirt and pushes people around worse than any of our own nobles do. That's the way it is, isn't it? It's the God Emperor's will that their place be at the top and ours in the dust. It's how the world works. Next thing you know, that Celestial Lord will make this whole place his own. Pot-bellied man runs his fingers under his nose, leaving a clean patch of his grimy face. Oh, I wish it was like you said, but something tells me that bad things are coming now that he's here. I heard the new Celestial Lord. Wait, look, that's Maeve over there. She's sort of the Celestial Lord herself. She can tell us all about it. Hey, Maeve. Well, I do know a thing or two. Really gathered right here. I was told the Celestial Lord accepted the key to the necessary for the Lord's house. He didn't shun the fool. He didn't beat him. So gracious. That's what happened, right? People all feast on gossip. If you exchange anxious whispers, one of them shakes his head. I told you it's not just any Celestial Lord, but one of the God Emperor's anointed, a benefactor. Be quiet, you. Let Maeve speak. Have you heard about the mutant disaster? Well, they sure found someone to blame. The Celestial Lord didn't even bother with the trial. He made him crawl in the mud, begging for mercy. That's right. Isn't it, Maeve? Yes, I mean, Rob. It was only right out. It was nice to people. She exchanged doubtful glances. Celestial Lord was honorable, righteous. Naysayers envy him. I want to drag his name through the mud. Rio falls silent. Babe, you got a close look at anyone else. How do you treat you? If I'd been there, I know I wouldn't say a word in his presence. For all you know, there's worth you say the wrong thing. He was kind to me. What? So quick glance, just to walk through the same ground he stepped in. Why can't they make the Mercy new customs wearing those shoes? Have you heard of the Lord Grimley's new wife? Okay, they're yammering about something else. Question is, the Void Ship shuttle is still there. I'm assuming though that just might be a thing that always has to be there based off game design, but I can hope that means that my compatriots haven't left. There they are. There is no need for concern. The Proctor and I are in the middle of examining the documents together with the Governor. I will be back as soon as we are done here. And your companion's hand is speaking over his own voice. Oh man, there's a loud click indicating that the other side. Henrix grimaces and looks up with doubtful expression. I could be wrong, seeing as this accursed planet has too many sources of warp energies. I seem to sense an echo of the Immaterium coming from above. God, Emperor, grant me the patience to endure this idle wait. Kate Morag, am I the only one who can hear the strange notes in the Elatant's voice? We must head to the top. As soon as you approach, everyone's attention shifts to you. For now, the reaction feels closer to pent-up irritation than outright hostility. At last I found you. I need your help. They take no notice of you at first. After a moment, one by one, they turn their gaze to you, Silence falls over the street. Henrik's lip curls up as he looks at you. Warp emanations, strong ones at that, sorcery work before our very eyes. His fingers tighten on his weapon. Cassia frowns, covering her mouth with her hands. These colors, it is as though they had been copied from those I usually see around the Lord Captain. Look, I have Solomorn's Cybermatsive with me. Would he order his dog to guard some Thessarian chit? The evidence is difficult to argue with, unless the arbitrator was forced somehow. If anything could cause Solomon to be parted from his faithful dog, it would be a threat to the Lord Captain. You need to get to upstairs. Just trust me on this. You'll find the rogue trader at the top. Tell the shuttle pilot to take us there. He won't listen to me. Sushin stops to stop puzzling over your identity and start acting seems to have had an effect. At least no one is arguing with you anymore. When the dust clears, you see a familiar hall. From the shadows, the jester's eyes spark with the malice as they meet yours. Behind him stands a cage in which you, or rather your body, is sitting. Your face is awash with tears, your lip is split, and a vox lies next to you. In another cage to your side stands Solomon, glaring through the bars at the true governor of Thesseris. Upon seeing you and Leto, the proctor straightens. It seems he was just waiting for your return. Without taking his intent gaze off you, he gives a slow nod. He is ready to fight. But how did you... The elevator! Damn it! Why did you have to make all this commotion? Why couldn't you just sit in a cage, out of the way, and wait for the ritual to be completed? The fool looks back at the altar. Chavis, move! Psyker's cracked skin seems ready to crumble to dust, but his Thessarian eyes burn with an otherworldly fire. The ritual is nearly complete, my lord. The altar of change is ready to irrevocably switch the threads of fate. A Psyker, return me to my body and I'll grant you an easy death. Start moving his hands from the stone in front of him. The heavily augmented old man turns. But why? Why would I negotiate with the corpse to be? You are the past, and the governor and I are bound for the future. Ah, Cassia flinches and shields her eyes with her hands. The deathly light of Thestarium, it is all around him, permeating his soul, melding into his color, his essence. Your conspiracy almost entertained me. Fine, I suppose I'll add this victory to my list of accomplishments. If the rumors were true, I'll remember that arrogant tone when I'm the one flaunting your exploits in your body. You've stolen something from me, and I've come to reclaim it. And now, may I ask, do you intend to do that? Only Travrisk and I myself know how the ritual works. Certainly, he's the only one who can perform it. And it just so happens that we don't feel much inclined to cooperate. The term cooperation is hardly applicable in this circumstance, Ruolodo. As Henrik speaks, his gaze focused and grim sweeps over the hall, the altar, and Tavrisk's decrepit frame. Lunge. Corful snaps his fingers and the guards ready their weapons. In the tense silence that follows, every sound, every movement can be clearly heard. And then, the metal of the cage emits a piteous creak as Solomon slams his entire weight against the bars. Is that a good idea? It's a bit risky, ain't it? No guarantee it'll work, but I like it. You struggle to open your eyes. After the world has once again taken shape, you realize that you are staring at your own palms. From your own eye sockets, you move a hand. Each muscle responds gratefully, filling with warmth. The others watch you with a mixture of hope and dismay. Maeve, the real Maeve, looks at you through watering eyes. Myself again. It was so. She lacks the strength for anything more, and her body collapses to the ground. Items lost. Okay. Well done, Solomon. How'd you know that worked? I didn't, but the heretics were so obsessed with this lump of stone, I figured their sorcery would be ruined without it. You are all going to pay for everything you have done to me. The fool to deliver some mocking bow as if inviting you to dance. Dying was not among my plans tonight. Sculptor, get to work. Achieve victory. The Lord's destinies are always set in stone. What the frick?
I'll make an example out of you.
Show them no mercy.
I'm guessing sentinels have to die. Ooh. Daddy's getting a new sniper at the end of this fight. Oh, so he's not invincible? He's just controlling these thingamajigs? Oh my gosh, there's so many people around here. But we gotta kill him as fast as possible. They do have guns. I was about to say, good thing is they don't really have guns, but no, they have guns.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I think I made a mistake. Time to find out.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Why don't I have any movement? That's cool. Well.
For the throne's Lord, Inquisition sends their regards. Naturally. Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Oh no, actually, go right there, so I'm not in front of Argenta. Turning people into bombs. Oh jeez, what's that? Yeah, it's actually, I put Henrik in a horrible spot. What were they thinking? Well, see, I know it does look like the statues actually need to go down. So. That was merely a misinterpretation.
Glato, we're undertaking this task. Understood. It won't take long to execute it. I'll take it as a priority.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Oh. With the rock statue?
I am his will made manifest. For you, my emperor! As the Emperor commands.
That was a waste of a med kit.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. If I must. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. Pay with your blood in the name of Kaela Mencha Kane!
Yeah, what she said.
Guide me. Fortune favors the swift. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
No way she has line of sight on you, yeah. It's fine.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves
Crit,
your
crit.
cause. I am not your Xenos.
Wait, he takes damage now. What? gosh, but he's in such an inconvenient spot.
I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more. If no weakness is hidden from my sight,
I serve the ruinous powers.
I deal death with my hands.
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Yeah, you think I care, dog?
I won't object to it.
On it. I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
How you like that, Dingleberry?
Chaos guides me. Quick, quick!
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Good thing they're all going for those guys and not me.
Target eliminated.
Oh, someone died.
I'll do what it takes.
An unworthy soul.
Good job. You think your own teammate more than mine?
Here we go.
Haha, you idiot. This looks to suck, doesn't it? Oh, I wish I could have freaking shot you myself.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Naturally.
Gone. I'll brush this off.
I need a foothold. But of course. Let's see to it.
Oh, does this say? It'd be so funny if I could AoE splash him and make him come outside to play.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the... As duty demands.
I can't stand it.
Where you at, idiot?
Let's test our skills, Galato.
Oh, doesn't it suck to suck?
The order is clear. Understood.
That's right. Goodbye. Oh.
Eradicated. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds. As the Emperor commands,
Ain't no way she hits the shot, but I'll
do it.
roll the dice. Oh, Argenta, you're goated. Is it still marked as prey, or did everyone die? I think everyone's dead.
Hear you moving, no more. This tedium is beneath another soul slips beyond the veil. I deal death with my hands. If it serves your cause. I hear you moving, no more.
Glad she just shoots through walls, apparently.
Inferior vermin.
Everyone, step aside. More trouble than it's worth.
Oh. The wrong thing. Oh, that was his extra attack, so he gets another
For
one
the
now.
throne's glory.
So now you're super dead.
Surging. The Emperor is on our side. I'm done with this one. Your reckoning is due.
In ensuing silence, a gargling snicker becomes clearly audible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see our guest is too alive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the gutting, start the fun. The ugly shambles that is Rulodo's face dissolves into a semblance of a smile. Cease your inane mutterings. You may open your mouth when you are asked a question, and your answer had better be honest and to the point, or I swear by the Lex I will make you speak, or rather, whatever remains of you after I finish preparing you for the interrogation. Are there any other victims that survived? No, and I didn't count the dead. The ritual is a complex one to perform, so it took Travis and me a long time to calibrate it. And you were the one it worked on. To think all the possibilities that opened up. Using the Altar of Change, I could have worked my way up to a Lord of Terra. What are you talking about? The very suggestion, the Proctor's voice resounds with fury, his steely fingers dig into Glado's collar. You sick degenerate. As my father used to say, if you've come a long way, keep going. I'm a dead man as it is, so I might as well dream a little. Be silent, heretic. You will find yourself washing away your blasphemies with tears of blood until the pain makes you beg the Emperor for death. Asterium, what are its properties? This wretched little world held nothing worthy of attention, save for Thasterium. I started having dreams about it, and about changing bodies. I thought I was going insane. And I shared this with my sculptor, the now late Tavrist. Ugh. He helped me to understand the essence of the mineral. Experiments and studies followed, mostly carried out by Travis. I keep saying Tavris. I don't have his gift, but oh, the things I could do if I were a sorcerer. In the end, he realized Thasterium was a potent psi focus. After 1,000 cursed attempts and a combination of powers, energies, and sacrificial victims, Tavris managed to create his finest sculpture from it, the Altar of Change. A magnificent artifact, a door to eternity, no more limitations imposed by our mortal bodies, no ailments, no injuries. If your flesh is worn, just swap it out for new flesh. Don't like your lot in life? Choose from 1,000 others. No longer just a dream, but its most perfect realization. Immortality in stone. What a monstrously twisted notion of eternity. What was the point of the whole masquerade with the fake governor? A governor attracts too much attention. I wanted my hands to stay untied, so I offered my court fool a fair bargain. He would become me, ruling the planet, living the good life, getting whatever he wanted, while I would be out there, flying toward the stars. We traded faces, clothes, and lives, and because I had gotten the local nobles into the habit of sewing other people's mugs on their faces, the switch went unnoticed. But the switch was only the first part of the deal. Naturally, I didn't mention the second part, removal of witnesses. If someone is going to turn against you, the moment there's a knife at the beloved sister's throat, you can't afford to keep them alive. What was your goal here? The plan was simple and elegant. Thus Sarah starts underpaying its tithe, the Arbites swallow the bait and send their messengers here. That's where I spring my trap. Change into the body of an arbitrator or proctor who lands here. Hack up the altar, board the Arbites ship, and wave goodbye to this ball of dirt swinging in the void. A rogue trader would have been even better, but greed has a way of spoiling a good game of regicide. Of course, this game involved one key piece, the embodiment of freedom of choice, my magnificent altar. So much accumulated potential from years of experimentation. It is damaged, but it still beckons, waiting to be used. Ruloda looks at you in the eye with a caustic smile. I advise you to keep it safe. Who knows how many thousands of lives it will claim if something happens to it, unleashing all that power. And an IO stick. The irony. It is deep drag. The last one is always the sweetest. The verdict? Solomorn, I will execute him myself. Lodo, you have committed unthinkable heresy, and I refuse to acknowledge you as a human being or read your verdict as benefiting a criminal. You were a stain on Thracia's history. And it is time. You point your weapon and put the governor to death right as Solomorn finishes speaking, to wipe you from it. Maeve opens her eyes and immediately jumps to her feet at the sight of the bloody corpse. She clenches her hands on her chest, and her eyes well up. He was not your brother, Maeve. The young woman nods meekly, and a single tear runs down her cheek. Her voice is hollow when she speaks. You're right. He was the one who doomed him. Found anything, Solomorn? Yes. The data slate with the shipment chronicle that they spent so much time vainly searching for. According to the records, the tithe period is 1 Terran decade, and the quota prescribed is 1,000 cargo units. The governor withheld 100 units from each of the 5 most recent shipments. That means this world has no actual difficulty regularly supplying its tribute. We can consider that matter settled. Deciding what to do with the Thasterium is far more important. It is a resource we can't afford to ignore. Solomorn looks you straight in the eye. I propose destroying all the Thasterium already mined, as well as its deposits. The probability that the material itself is a source of corruption is too high. It would take years of research by the Adeptus Astra Telepathica to prove it's safe for the souls of the Sanction. Years that Kronos does not have even if the local adept had funds to spare. Allowing an abomination like that to exist is against the Lex. As for assessing the degree of Thasera's corruption and deciding its fate, the law prescribes leaving this to the judgment of the world's owners, that is, the Administerium. Agreed. Anything even remotely connected to heresy that was committed here must be destroyed down to the last fragment, and to the last participant. Asterium has been used for wicked ends, but that does not mean it cannot be useful. You must study the mineral thoroughly before deciding whether to destroy it or include it in the tithe. Salmon grinds his teeth but obediently declares, "Your orders are clear, rogue trader." I'll attack. Your desire to understand rather than destroy out of fear does you a credit, but take heed. The minds of Monkey are fragile and ill-equipped to withstand something with such strong connection to the Veil. Maeve looks up at you pleadingly. My celestial lord, what am I to do now? You are accomplice to heretics, and you have been touched by sorceress blight. In your position, I would beg for a swift execution. What can you do? I can brew recaf. I can do sweet with a foam of cream, or strong with special spices. I can dance, sing, carry scrolls and data slates. We can servitize her. I don't think she's fit to lead. Seems a little abrupt to just be like, you're the leader now. But you are coming with me. Thank you, my celestial lord. You are my savior. You're going to trust a heretic with brewing your recaf? And you ought to take a dozen local commoners along as well, to taste anything that criminal has handled. Then, the Seer's fate is decided. There's no point in staying here any longer. The heretic mentioned that destroying the altar would risk deaths among the local population. Whether he was lying or trying to manipulate us is irrelevant. The abomination must be destroyed. As for any casualties, Emperor will know his own. Across the damaged altar, you feel an unpleasant weakness. You hear a faint ringing in your ears as if the smooth surface of the stone is groaning from the wounds it has suffered. Can't hide it. It'll always find a way to whisper and come back. We gotta destroy it. We'll blast this thing to smithereens. As you look at the altar ringing in your ears, it testifies for a moment, rupturing your eardrum. The altar roars, threatening, promising to take thousands more with it, but you are deaf to its pitiful threats. Remember the anxious voice of the Vox. Lord Captain, do you read? The shuttle pilot reported a rescue operation. Our forces are on their way. What is the status? Are you alive? Come in. I'm alive. Prepared to depart. Yeah. Copy. One ring sounds, then 1,000 shards pierce your mind. A familiar voice flows around your thoughts. Are you leaving without even conversing with me, child? Without even asking yourself how such a vivid soul managed to remain intact after wandering in darkness' embrace and donning another guise? Such rare luck for a mortal. I see signs you're struck a series of incredibly lifelike recollections. You are not alone, and you never were. It was always there, in your shadow, in your blood inside you. Yes, Lazarus. This luck is named the Edge of Daybreak. Had it not been for my sleepless days, your mind would have long since joined the mournful host of those who are no more. It was I who kept it whole and unharmed, for I could not allow such radiant destiny to fall to some absurdity. But at times I do wonder, is it worthy of my protection? I need no protection, demon. People are stronger than you think. Naivety is a bold luxury. It is not time to face the truth, child. The threads of fate will not obey your desire alone, but I can help you grasp them. Once you are ready, thankfully I am generous. I give my chosen children time to understand. After all, human souls are so fragile. You feel a sharp pain and a trickle of blood runs down your temple. And their time is so fleeting. The echo of the entity's voice lingers for a while at the sound of distant thunder. What the fudge?
My house would be proud of me.
Oh, I didn't get to loot his sniper. Ooh. That's cool.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
There you are. Hope I'm not missing out on loot.
Let us not dawdle.
Might just be a bug, or maybe the bodies got. Oh, maybe the bodies were in the way of like the cutscenes, so they got like shoved underground, or pushed away and just deleted, so I can't acquire them. There's just some plain old loot right here. I guess let's look around and see if there's anything good.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Come on. Where was that one that he makes a weapon? Also, that might be the reason he's not doing as much damage-wise, so... Ooh.
Keep your wits about you. Mr. Pithecus caught a glimpse of horrifying visions coming from Vabos 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. They lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, play still, and rockcrete. The cheering of 1,000 claws heralds the approach, and despite the cries to be heard in the silence, the tunnels praise be the golden throne. These creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor only knows what with them. Those creatures. The tale of worms really will their cast of jumble effects and make speculation for any work supposed to swarm with claws. But I'm thinking my advisors threatens unknown. Establishing nature's throws top priority. Lateral losses are insignificant, requiring authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure the plan works, it has to be done in areas currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I am sure that a dozen brave souls can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of martyrdom. We drive those monstrosities back underground and use heavy drilling machines to simulate an offensive from multiple directions. Then, we block the majority of the passages, leaving only the best defended ones open. Let's see, those miscreants enjoy being trapped. Use Solomorn's attack. We may lack the forces to exterminate the invaders, but we have quite enough to drive them back and win ourselves some time for the battles to come. New extraction sector shook as drilling machinery tore into the rock. From the depths of the mining drifts came the sound of screeching and scraping. A hideous swarm of metal-reinforced insects charged into the defenders of the Vabos 6, but the tactic worked. The enemy was vanquished, and what remained of the swarm disappeared in the planet's bowels. One could only hope and pray that enough time had been won to prepare for the next invasion. One of those. Please know. Those professors report discontent among the flock during the traditional sermon before the departure ritual. Chandeliers, 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attribute this incident to an open ventilation shaft, but the boysmen noticed it, whispering about an ill omen, fearing the woes. Worse. Sanctify all chambers of the void ship one more time. Holy procession in full accordance with the Ecclesiarchy's liturgical canon, rekindled the faith of the voidsman's heart and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided. He was ready to face the potential of dangerous courage. Alright, I have to check out my new axe. I'm a little confused. I already had a super sick axe when... Odd. So it already gave me the reward before the thing was even complete. What was that one big sword I got? This one. I like ignoring the armor. It's going to be really strong, but we'll find out. Hmm. Oh.
Is there money to be made?
Wait, is this a different? Oh no, it's just the door shut. Welcome back to the temple. Your lordship, I have already been informed that you were here about Thessera. Begin entry. Blot in the matter of the world Thessera and its obligation to pay the imperial tithe. This audience with the prefect of the Adeptus Ministerium is now in session. Now then, what were your findings? Tell more and tell him everything. Oh my gosh. I discovered a warp active mineral on Thessera and ordered it be studied. If this resource proves sufficiently useful to the Imperium, you must include it in the tithe. I can quite confidently deem that outcome to be adverse to the interests of the Imperium. Alas, your lordship, I am duty-bound to deliver an exact an impartial assessment of the events. Road Trader von Valaxius authorized the study of presumably warp-corrupted material located in the world Thessera. Due to the danger of the planet resulting from this decision, ties shipments from Thessera can no longer be considered safe and are to be halted until further notice. Noted and recorded. I will be frank with you, Lordship. The conclusions that were drawn regarding the Thessera inspection were far from satisfactory. Minor disturbances such as mass execution of mutants or rabbles plot disguised as a celebration are not nearly as dangerous as the, if you will permit my choice of words, coup that resulted from your intervention. I understand that the consequences are something that those endowed with power are want to leave to their servants to deal with, and therefore it's something they find acceptable to ignore. However, I hope my words may help you to revise your approach to executing the Imperium's will in the Cross Expanse in the future. As you explain details, duties data officials always be adequately informed, otherwise, unfortunately, is the same reason I can't disclose the resources. Regarding my efforts, I easily notice I have no right to twist any facts. My duty is to assess matters. Oh, change the. Oh, it swapped her out for the actual. For the one who's over. Yeah, I see. I noticed that the art had changed. Speaking from wealth of experience, if I do say so myself, taking care of the Imperium's prosperity is a happy burden, albeit an honorable one. The fact that even a rogue trader can run into difficulties while doing it only further confirms my many years of observations. I'm done, correct? Those recorded, yes. However, that was just the first time on the agenda. Now on to the next matter. Oh my gosh. Begin entry blot. Competency, I don't know, assessment for Proctor Solomon based on his performance during the mission. Competency assessment. Very well. I'm listening. So I finally caught you by the scruff of your neck, eh, Lawman? Let's see how this plays out. Require the Execution Ministerium appointee without its appropriate permissions. You also allowed yourself to be captured, thus endangering the mission and imperiling the valuable equipment issued to you by the Adeptus Arbites. What is more, you sanction a tithe-related decision that carries adverse consequences for the Imperium. That is all. Proceed to your self-evaluation. I took every effort that was acting solely in the name of the Lex Imperialis. However, the outcome of the mission speaks for itself. My verdict is thus that my performance in the Thessera case was inadequate. No one recorded. Now that the Thessera inspection report has been properly entered into the record, allow me on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum to officially extend our gratitude to you for the support you provided to us. May the Von Valaxius name be forever praised, and may the Emperor protect your dynasty for many generations to come. That said, I must now request your assistance in a different capacity. A number of highly important court cases have accumulated at the Palace of Justice, the kind that require formal resolutions by the rogue trader himself. You're not being a little harsh. Exactly as harsh as my duty demands I be. Arbitrator has no right to mistakes or weaknesses. Mission is much too important. The Palace of Justice. Temple of Law, Ancestors. I'm so tired. Design averages game part. How will the trial proceed? The defense will speak, whereupon you can ask me to clarify questions of the case. Then the death sentence must be passed. You are, of course, free to judge otherwise, but an execution is preferable. Since in every case that will come before you, an outcome without highly unpleasant consequences is unlikely, executions reduce the number of malcontents and motive prospective defendants, blah, blah, blah. I agree. Current disadvantage. Oh, I have to do it now? Dude. I thought I could save. Give me a moment. Please tell me there's like a waiting room if I can save. Okay, it looks like I can save here. I'm assuming all this
camera swooping around is to show me the area. Holy moly. Greeted by an impeccably dressed man with a perfectly straight back. Skill emblems. Look at House von Valaxius. We are honored to welcome you to the Palace of Justice. Your Lord, do you wish to proceed with the session at once, or will you grace me with any questions and humbly answer? I suppose justice. I'm speed reading. I need sleep. I have instructions in order to protectorate. Missions are carried out as orders planetary. The case is usually heard here. No, I want to save and go to sleep. Oh, the girl will now hear case blood, the doleful host against the aristocratic choir of Darganus. Representatives for the parties will present their arguments. New Sister Judith represented the doleful host. Oh God, Empress only one. We came upon a group of heretics whose minds brimmed with the most shameless thoughts. We captured them and tortured them as benefits transgressions. We were able to serve from their ways and streams out of the It's highly unlikely that such an artifact actually exists. Nothing more than a set of regular, albeit enormous, masterfully crafted weight scales devoid of machine spirits of any kind. Some of us are secretly manipulating the plates in order to add greater profoundness to the road trader's verdicts. Master, Fire Master, at once. For a long time, he has made very measured statement in effect to some of the time. Oh, when was my last save? Oh, it did auto save when I got. Okay, I'm just gonna go to bed. Oh, this game is too deep.